Morning. Thank you very much for being with us for this second day. Without further ado, we are going to start immediately with the presentation that will be shared online with our friends and colleagues from MED, which is another regional program that is working on supporting the capacities of business support organizations. They have undertaken actually a vast survey on the needs of exporting MSMEs in the South Med countries. The deadline for this survey was yesterday, so I don't know if they received all the answers to this survey. Mehdi will share his screen. Mehdi, can you hear us?
Thank you. So thank you very much, Christophe, and for this invitation and for this chance to present and talk about the survey that we're working on these days regarding the internationalization of SMEs and the situation in the Southern Mediterranean neighborhood. As you said, so I'm Mehdi Khamsi. I'm from Business Med Union of Mediterranean Confederation of Enterprises. It's an organization that gathered the confederation of mainly all the country of the Mediterranean, and we are working on the framework of the MED project. So the MED project, which is enhancing BSO's business support organization capacity. So maybe it's a big project financed by the DG, by the European Commission, which aim to enhance the capacity of the business support organization to provide better services and higher quality services for the SMEs, depending on their needs, depending on the challenges that we are facing. And one of the key tools that we put in place within this project, which are the thematic commission. So mainly we have worked on 7 thematic commission. So the thematic commission is a committee composed by mainly the member of Business Med, and with this thematic commission we try each time to work on a thematic. For example, we worked on the women and youth entrepreneur, worked on the Green Deal, we worked on the digitalization of SMEs, and regarding the context that we have lived after the crisis, regarding the COVID-19, regarding the war in Ukraine. So worked on the internationalization, and we aim to let's say to provide some best practices or guidelines of internationalization within all this changing area that we have lived. So maybe I will present in detail, let's say, the survey, but I want to start by put a bit of context that what we had lived. So after the crisis, we know we had been in there is some regain in stability and growth in all of the economy of the region. So we have felt and we have seen that there is some change in the market dynamics. So a lot of countries are started to rethink their strategy to change to nearshore and reshore their industry, a specific strategic industry, as well as the pharmaceutical, as well as the mask, as well as several areas which in this kind of crisis we found ourselves that we are not in a good situation if there is some, let's say, reducing the quantity and to let's say to answer to the demand in the local markets. So we found that there is a change of paradigm regarding all what we have. There is some supply chain, let's say, global vulnerability in the supply chain. So in all this context, so we think that we need to rethink our way of internationalization, our way of the strategy, the market, how we the internationalization of the local SMEs of all the countries. And here, so within the thematic commission of MED and Business Med, which is the internationalization, we create this thematic in the aim to identify a set of best practices and guidelines to foster the internationalization. So The thematic commission is mainly composed by the member of SMEs, as you can see. So there is the Federation of Egyptian Industry, who has the chair of the committees. There is the Confindustria, the main Italian confederation. There is Portugal, Turkey, Tunisia, Jordan, Syria. So there is a lot of countries represented in this thematic. And we afforded with an expert, which is Ms. Emel Luzirni, which is Moroccan, which will also work on this thematic commission and analyze the result of the work of the thematic. So the methodology of the thematic commission, as usual, at first we start to let's say to collect some information regarding the situation by sharing some survey or industry outlook. And I will come back to the survey later on with more details to have more information. So, and after the survey, so in the meantime, we had this literature review. We tried to collect all the documents that we had from our partners, from the organization that we work on, for example, the OCDU, the European Commission, the international organization. We try to collect all the data, and after we share a fact sheet which summarizes the most important survey finding and all the results that we will share it as planned today in July. So it will be in July. And at the end, after collecting all this data and analyzing the situation, we're going to share a guidebook for SMEs, which give them some tools that could help them in the rethinking how they could internationalize, taking into account all the risks and all the crises that we have faced. And also, we know that there is some opportunities that we could take, especially in our region. So maybe the survey, unfortunately, yesterday was the deadline, and we are thinking that we are going to extend also the deadline for by the end of this week. And also I will call if you have some SMEs, and I know that you have a great network of SMEs that they could participate in the committee in the survey. I ask you to go to the Facebook page of BusinessMed, and you could answer to the survey. So mainly there is 5 main parts in the survey. At first, we are going to understand which are the challenges and the success factor of internationalization of SMEs in the region now. So there is some question regarding the situation. What are the main challenges that the SMEs are facing today regarding of internationalization in all the area and all the sector? Second, we want also to understand if the support bring from international organization or from BusinessMed, for example, it's sufficient for them or it's answering to their needs. So we need to understand also what are their needs in terms of support from the business support organization to adapt ourselves, and also to ask also the organization to be, let's say, to present activities that answer more to the needs to the SMEs. So maybe also in terms of government support, also we want to understand if it's sufficient for the SMEs or not. The first part, which is the multi-stakeholder approach, that we know that if you want to, let's say, to be more sufficient, more effective, we need to have this multi-stakeholder approach. So how the SMEs see this multi-stakeholder approach, how it could help them. So also we want to have, let's say, some concrete answer regarding this and some recommendation regarding this. And at the end, we have an area which we want to collect some data regarding the KPIs to measure and to know how much, let's say, we are depending to the internationalization, how much of international customers have the SMEs, also depending on their scale, if they are small or medium. So also we try to collect all this data by this survey, and to mainly have this answer. So as I said, so the result of the survey will be published by July. I hope that today I have the result to let's say, even a first analysis to, let's say, to give you some answer, but maybe we want to have more accurate numbers, to have, let's say, effective answers, and to have answers that more close to the reality. So before I conclude, I want also to mark and to highlight that we think that also with the Green Deal and with now the procedure that's implemented by the European Commission in terms of carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is the carbon tax, which will be implemented and start by the end of this year as a prototype for 6 sectors in the cemetery, in the steel, and it will be generalized till 2026. We think that there is an opportunity here for the SMEs in the Mediterranean, because after the COVID-19, I think more strategically for the European Commission to nearshore their industry and to be located more in the Southern Neighbourhood. But the neighborhood countries need to adapt themselves and need to be more sustainable and need to start from now to transform their industry and to be more let's say, sustainable, to answer and to be, let's say, to still have the access to the European Commission and to change also the Chinese or the American industry, which we think in terms of sustainability, they still have time to, their strategy is still, for example, China, they're putting neutrality carbon in 2017. So maybe we think that the Southern Neighbourhood, if they accelerate the transition to the green economy, I think there is an opportunity to change and to replace some strategic industry to be located more in the Southern Neighbourhood, which is also more the nearest to the other continents and to the other markets. So mainly here, we think that in terms of internationalization, there is an opportunity for the SMEs. And I know that the European Commission now, even they are launching the new program to support to the SMEs and to the business support organization in terms of transition. So maybe it's not an obstacle only, but also there is an opportunity today for the Mediterranean SMEs to be more, let's say, to export more to the European Commission, and we need to take this change. So thank you very much. I hope it's clear our, let's say, quick intervention regarding the situation. As I said, please, if you had, you could enter to our social media and you could answer to the survey. It would help us much to have, let's say, more accurate answers. So thank you very much for this chance.
Thank you, Mehdi. Thank you. Can you please share with us the link to access the survey so that we can then disseminate among our ecosystem? Okay, so that how many, just by curiosity, how many replies did you get so far?
So far,
very brief. Not so many. I mean, so we need to help you. We'll try to mobilize our networks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mehdi.
Thank you. I share with you. I share with you the link. So we are here to yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry. Paulo, the floor is yours.
Christophe. Thank you, Christophe. So we're going to start this third session about SMEs export support and development. And as you know, based on the program, we will have assist now 2 presentations. The first one will be Elodie Robin, who is the team leader of the program Euromed Trade Help Desk. And then we will have the pleasure to have the presentation from Abdelhasset that we met during a webinar. And then we had the opportunity to discover this very interesting program supporting SMEs through the cross-border e-commerce and e-commerce in general. So is a direct support program to SMEs that for the moment has been implemented only in 2 countries. And we hope they can have the interest from the other countries, and you will have the opportunity to know more after the presentation during the bilateral meetings. So after the two presentations, we're going to have a coffee break. During the coffee break, we will prepare the table. We will have two separate tables, one with the two programs. And so after is up to you to share the delegation between the two programs to get more inside information and even a specific question relating to your own country. So I'm going to give the floor to Elodie. And thank you for accepting again, Elodie, to participate with us to this kind of event. And please, the floor is yours.
You can hear me well? Okay. Sabah al-Khir. Good morning. Bonjour à tous. Je vais faire cette présentation en français pour faire rayonner les différentes langues dont nous bénéficions aujourd'hui. Donc peut-être si vous avez besoin de la traduction. And in the meantime, I will invite Jawad to join me here next to me. So, Sabah al-Khir again, and thank you particularly to MED MSMEs colleagues for the invitation, and thank you for the warm welcome that I get from the participants. I'm really glad to be again here at MED MSMEs event, and I'm really glad that I will talk about the EuroMed Help Desk, which is an initiative that operates in the region. So just to say a few words about the ITC, and then I'll switch to French if you're all set up. So the ITC, the International Trade Center, is an agency that is part of the United Nations system. We're based in Geneva, and we are working on trade-related technical assistance. And in particular, I am actually working in the trade and market intelligence section. So market analysts and responsible for implementation of projects related to trade intelligence. Ready? I'll switch to French. Ça va? Allez, ça va, c'est parti. Ça va bien. Donc, un très grand plaisir pour moi d'être ici aujourd'hui et de parler de l'EuroMed Help Desk. Donc, seulement pour... Pour clarifier et un peu présenter comment ça va se dérouler ce matin, la session. Je vais d'abord présenter quelques points autour du potentiel qu'il existe dans la région et quels sont les obstacles qu'on peut déjà voir et qui empêchent de justement profiter de ce plein potentiel qui existe entre les pays sud et est Méditerranée. Et ensuite, j'aurai le plaisir, donc vous l'avez vu, d'avoir Monsieur Jawad Al-Mouti du ministère de l'économie nationale en Palestine qui va faire la démonstration live de l'EuroMed Help Desk. Et ensuite, je vous montrerai juste quelques-unes des activités qui vont avoir lieu dans les prochains mois. Et j'aimerais volontiers qu'on puisse ensuite avoir du temps pour les questions et réponses et aussi entendre en fait vos recommandations, vos points de vue sur différentes thématiques qui ont été abordées hier et qui me semblent tout à fait pertinentes dans le contexte de l'EuroMed Help Desk. Donc, comme je le disais, il y a des choses qui ont été mentionnées déjà hier, que j'ai entendues hier. Si on parle par exemple de la diversification des exports, plusieurs pays ont une stratégie qui est lancée, pour citer par exemple le Maroc qui en a parlé hier, la Jordanie, je sais que la Libye travaille aussi sur l'export diversification. Donc, il y a beaucoup d'intérêt à diversifier ces exportations. Et le but de cet outil, EuroMed Help Desk, c'est aussi de pouvoir voir où est-ce qu'il y a du potentiel et aussi quelles sont les conditions d'accès au marché. Donc, c'est un travail important qui est fait avec les ministères en charge du commerce pour collecter l'information, avoir la transparence de l'information sur ces thématiques que je viens de mentionner, que ce soit les tarifs, les accords préférentiels, les données commerciales, tout ça pour faciliter les décisions des businesses et tout ça qui est regroupé dans une même plateforme pour faciliter aussi les recherches, ne pas avoir à naviguer dans plusieurs outils différents, mais avoir l'ensemble des informations dans un seul outil. Donc seulement, comme je le disais, quelques diapositives sur le potentiel qui n'est pas encore réalisé dans la région. L'ITC a un modèle économique et fait une projection sur les 5 années suivantes. Donc, compte tenu de la demande et compte tenu donc, de 3 piliers, en fait. La demande, l'offre et la facilité déjà de faire du commerce. Si les tendances, elles restent les mêmes par ailleurs, voici le potentiel qu'il existe dans la région. Donc, il y a plus de 16 milliards de dollars qui ne sont pas encore exploités, qui pourraient être bénéfiques pour le secteur privé en intra-régional. Et là, on parle des 10 pays du sud et de l'est de la Méditerranée. Et ces 10 pays du sud et de l'est de la Méditerranée, vers l'Union européenne et les 27 pays membres, il y a aussi un potentiel de 85 milliards de dollars. Donc, c'est pour ça, il me semble qu'on est ici aussi, c'est pour voir du potentiel, et c'est que c'est du potentiel qui existe, qui est là. Il faut en fait voir comment est-ce qu'on peut les atteindre, et tout ça, in fine, pour bénéficier au business dans la région, créer de l'emploi, etc., et avoir la pérennité dans la région et dans les pays sud et est Méditerranée. Donc, voici les 10 pays qui font partie de cette plateforme. Qu'est-ce que disent les business, qu'est-ce que dit le secteur privé et pourquoi, en fait, on ne peut pas atteindre ces chiffres et pourquoi on a ce potentiel qui n'est pas encore exploité? C'est parce qu'il y a des obstacles que rencontre le secteur privé. Ici, quelques exemples seulement d'une analyse qui a été faite, et j'aimerais ensuite qu'on présente et qu'on discute une analyse en particulier sur le secteur textile. Mais ici, vous voyez pourquoi le secteur privé n'arrive pas à exploiter ce potentiel. Parfois, ils ne savent pas en fait qu'il y a d'autres entreprises dans le pays à côté. Ils ne savent pas comment les contacter. Ils ne savent pas identifier les inputs pour leur chaîne de valeur, etc. Donc, au niveau de l'information, il y a un manque déjà au niveau de l'information et pouvoir accéder et se rendre compte qu'il y a ce potentiel. Donc, c'est ce à quoi on s'attelle avec l'Euromed Trade Helpdesk en l'occurrence, c'est de mettre l'information à disposition. Tout ça pour faciliter et pour justement atteindre ce potentiel, donc pour avoir une meilleure intégration intra-régionale et pour que les partenaires puissent justement réaliser ce potentiel et in fine, pas toujours se tourner forcément vers les partenaires historiques, mais un peu élargir justement son partenariat. Donc, il s'agit de diversification des marchés, il s'agit aussi de diversification des produits. Voilà le genre d'analyse qu'on peut faire avec l'Euromed Trade Helpdesk. Par ailleurs, dans le contexte du projet qui s'appelle le Trade and Investment Facilitation Mechanism, on est dans la deuxième phase. Par ailleurs, ce qu'on va faire, en fait, c'est des enquêtes auprès du secteur privé, donc des enquêtes très poussées, dans le sens où on va en fait parler avec les entrepreneurs, les entrepreneuses, pour comprendre exactement au niveau le plus détaillé de leurs produits, quels sont les problèmes qu'ils rencontrent. Donc, c'est vraiment le détail du challenge pour ceux qui sont familiers avec le système harmonisé, mais c'est vraiment au niveau du système harmonisé de savoir quels problèmes je rencontre avec tel produit vers tel marché. Le but étant de faire des recommandations qui font sens pour le secteur privé et qui puissent vraiment répondre à leurs attentes. Donc, c'est ce qu'on appelle à ITC le ITC Business Survey, l'enquête auprès des entreprises pour identifier les barrières au commerce, les mesures non tarifaires. Dans le cadre du projet Trade and Investment Facilitation 2, donc, dans lequel qu'on est en train d'implémenter en ce moment à l'ITC et qui est financé par l'Union européenne, on va avoir cette enquête dans 8 des pays et on va avoir pour la première fois aussi un des secteurs des services qui va être aussi évalué, parce que évidemment, on a beaucoup parlé du commerce des biens, on parle beaucoup du commerce des biens qui est plus facile qui est plus tangible, évidemment, qui est plus facile à capter en termes de statistiques, etc. Mais il y a aussi un point important, c'est tout ce qui est lié aux services, puisque ça représente aussi un très gros potentiel dans la région. Je le montrerai tout à l'heure, mais il y a plus que 70% du potentiel service pour les voyages, pour le tourisme, qui n'est pas exploité. Donc, il y a aussi des choses à faire sur les services, et ça, ce sera dans une deuxième phase, mais on va déjà essayer de capturer les obstacles, les comprendre et faire des recommandations. Donc, comme je l'ai dit, ça, dans le cadre de TIFM2, on va avoir ce business survey Et ce que je voudrais vous montrer là maintenant, c'est juste le zoom-in dans un seul des secteurs, puisque ça a été couvert en synergie avec un autre projet, juste pour vous donner un appétit, une envie de voir ce que seront les résultats avec le reste et avec la couverture de tous les secteurs. Donc ici, c'est juste un exemple pour les 4 pays Agadir dans le secteur de textile et de l'habillement. Donc il y a près de 300 entreprises qui ont été interviewées. Donc quand on parle d'interview, c'est d'abord téléphonique et c'est ensuite en face à face. Donc je le mentionnais avant, c'est des choses de très poussées. On discute beaucoup en détail les obstacles. Donc, 300 entreprises déjà de ce secteur textile et habillement qui ont été interviewées dans les pays Agadir. Et je vous inviterai, si vous voulez le voir plus en détail, à accéder à la publication déjà qui est sortie il y a quelques jours ou quelques semaines, mais qui donne tout le détail des résultats en ce qui concerne textile et habillement. Particulièrement intéressant pour ces 4 pays Agadir, compte tenu des possibles chaînes de valeur entre ces pays. J'irai rapidement, mais seulement pour vous montrer que, donc voilà les caractéristiques. On interroge des entreprises qui sont exportatrices principalement, également importatrices, qui ont différents âges ou différentes caractéristiques. L'intérêt dans tout ça, c'est de voir en fait avec qui ils sont en train d'importer ou d'exporter. Et là, on le voit en fait, ils vont prendre leur inputs, leur matériel de base, de très loin, on va dire, si je peux l'exprimer ainsi. Donc, beaucoup de l'Asie, par exemple, de l'Union européenne, et très peu, en fait, encore une fois, de la région. Donc, on revient à cette thématique et à cette intégration régionale. Comme je disais, vous le verrez plus en détail dans le document qui est disponible dans la publication, mais quelques données également qui vont être intéressantes au niveau de l'implication des femmes dans le secteur, et aussi de l'analyse de savoir est-ce que les entreprises qui sont gérées par des femmes rencontrent plus de problèmes que les entreprises qui seraient gérées par des hommes. Dans le cadre de cette enquête sur le textile et habillement, il n'y a pas de résultats significatifs qui démontrent qu'il y a plus d'obstacles pour les entreprises gérées par les femmes, ce qui est une bonne nouvelle. Ça veut dire qu'il y a parité dans les obstacles, si on peut qualifier ça de bonne nouvelle. Donc, voilà en tout cas le genre d'informations qu'on cherche aussi à savoir. Le but étant de comprendre s'il y a des obstacles qui sont prédominants pour les femmes, qu'est-ce qu'on met en place, quelles sont les recommandations. J'irai rapidement, mais je voulais juste vous indiquer que comme la présentation vous sera partagée par la suite, il y aura aussi d'autres diapositives, d'autres informations qui seront disponibles ici. Mais ce que je voudrais de suite illustrer plus en particulier, en fait, c'est la raison pourquoi le secteur privé perçoit quelques régulations comme étant un obstacle. Et bien souvent, la perception vient du fait que c'est compliqué, les régulations sont compliquées. En revanche, et je vais aller ici directement, en revanche, voilà, pourquoi est-ce que le secteur privé trouve que les régulations qui sont mises en place par les pays partenaires pour des raisons de protection des consommateurs, les SPS, TBT, etc., c'est que ça représente des contraintes de temps, ça représente aussi parfois un coût supplémentaire d'avoir la validation, etc., par le laboratoire et tutti quanti. Donc, voilà pourquoi, en fait, le secteur privé trouve que tout ça est assez compliqué. Je rajouterais un point intéressant dans le cadre d'Agadir. Seulement 12% des entreprises qui ont été interrogées sont informées de l'accord d'Agadir. Donc, en termes aussi de transparence des informations et de bénéficier des accords, des règles d'origine, etc., il y a finalement là très peu d'entreprises qui, en fait, bénéficient et profitent de ces avantages qui sont discutés et qui sont signés au niveau politique, parce qu'ils ne sont pas au courant ou parce qu'il se trouve que c'est beaucoup plus compliqué parfois d'avoir toute la procédure, règle d'origine, pour en fait bénéficier des accords préférentiels. Donc voilà le genre d'études qu'on va mener également dans le cadre de TFIM 2. Et j'en viens à ce slide-là avant de donner la parole à Jawad dans quelques minutes, sur, en plus des régulations, qu'est-ce qui empêche à l'heure actuelle, par exemple, encore une fois, dans le textile et habillement, les pays d'Agadir, de bénéficier de ce potentiel et d'exploiter ce potentiel? Manque d'informations, et pas de points de référence avec lesquels ils peuvent parler, qui est mentionné à hauteur de 29%. Donc, c'est dans cette optique-là que l'Euromed Trade Helpdesk a été mis en place déjà depuis 2017, a été révisé et amélioré depuis l'année dernière. Donc, ça fait 1 an que la nouvelle version est en place. C'est un outil qui a 4 modules différents, mais je laisserai Jawad en parler plus en détail. Le point que je veux souligner, c'est vraiment le fait que ce soit un outil pour le secteur privé de la région et c'est fait par les institutions de la région. Toutes les informations qui sont disponibles dans l'Euromed Trade Helpdesk, elles sont des sources nationales. Le soutien qui est apporté aux utilisateurs qui auraient des questions, il est fourni par le réseau national. Donc, les différents ministères, et je suis ravie de voir dans la salle aujourd'hui qu'il y a la plupart des représentants des ministères qui sont impliqués. Donc, les ministères liés au commerce, les chambres de commerce ou en tout cas représentants du secteur privé. Donc, c'est un réseau très dense pour mettre à jour l'information et soutenir le secteur privé. Et c'est effectivement ce qu'on a vu était une de leurs demandes. L'objectif de cette Euromed Trade Helpdesk, c'est vraiment d'avoir donc cette information disponible. Et ce n'est pas seulement en ayant un outil gratuit et mis à disposition, mais c'est aussi dans le cadre du projet TIFM2, d'avoir mis un réseau aussi de formateurs certifiés qui va pouvoir en fait pérenniser cette utilisation et ensuite déployer leurs connaissances et leur formation dans les pays. Donc, il y a déjà des formations qui ont eu lieu. Le programme a déjà été déployé, par exemple, en Palestine. Et c'est pour ça que je vais m'arrêter juste ici et je vais laisser la parole à Jawad pour faire la démonstration live de l'Euromed Trade Helpdesk. So I'll leave the floor to my colleague and friend Jawad for doing the live demonstration of Euromed Trade Helpdesk. And after the presentation, I will just go back for some slides and then we will open it for question and answer, if that's fine. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jawad from Ministry of National Economy in Palestine. I'm also a focal point for the ITC in Palestine. I would like to thank the ITC for their support in Palestine, for all their help. Well, I'm gonna show you like a live demonstration about this tool. Elodie had mentioned its importance and how it's helpful for all the traders community, because well, I'm going to show you a live demonstration about the Trade Help Desk. It's built in a way that it can provide you with all the needed information. It have 3 modules about the identifying opportunities and the market information and the help center. It tell you there is an opportunity based on analysis. So if this opportunity is affordable or not, you should proceed to the market information. Not every opportunity is affordable. And we all traders know why the trade volume between the MENA region with EU is still, there is untapped potential, as Melody mentioned. For that reason, if the market information is not provided with the answer, there is the help answer. There is a mechanism called the inquiry. We have a network of inquiry points. Like I am a focal point in Palestine. In each country, part of this mechanism, there is a focal point nominated from a national public institution and the private sector institution to answer your inquiry. So in summary, this Trade Help Desk give you like an analysis about all the information you needed to support your decision to which market and what is needed to penetrate this market. And if there is any other technical question, you can ask a question for, let's say, a trust a trust person who will reply to you within 48 hours. And another actually interesting feature for this tool is the reliable data. All the data here is come from national institution. In Palestine, we have Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics that provide the ITC with all the data on annual basis in each country, all the data from national institutions. So you deal with a reliable data. Now, we will start showing you the the identifying opportunities. If we look to, sorry, just very brief because Elodie explained the figures here. In the module of the identify opportunities, we can see there is a potential, sorry, an unrealized potential around 16 billion in the MENA region. If we took click on the European Union, it's around 85 billion. Now, these numbers are calculated, the potential export and all these numbers are calculated based on the ITC methodology. It's an equation, depends on taking in consideration the host factor about the supply performance and demand performance and relative indicators between the two countries, if there is a preferential trade agreement or not. So, and it's a projection for 5 years ahead. So if we look to the Mediterranean region, we see there 16 billion unrealized here. So I think we all know why there is 16 billion unrealized. Maybe it's can arise from lack of awareness about the opportunities, lack of how to find the best buyers, how to find or to ensure that the, let's say, the consumer behavior or consumer confidence in these countries. Many let's say factors can increase this number. Why there's unrealized? Maybe the rule of origin. You cannot use the full utilization of a preferential treatment because the rule of origin. Maybe for the technical barriers, etc. So here, if we look to all the countries in this mechanism, if we look to, let's say, Jordan have realized, let's say, 280 million. This is already attained. So there is still a further room for around 550 million unrealized in this region. If we look to the Egypt, for example, 3 billion has already been achieved, but there is still 3 billion unrealized in the MENA region. Palestine, the same, realized potential is around 700 million and still around the same number unrealized. Now, if we look to, if I know the product I talked about, I need to export, I can go directly to the market information and I see what is required, blah, blah, blah. Now, let continue that Palestine has a proceed. Now I want to explore Palestinian opportunities. Here, it will move to this page. Palestine has and realized potential around 25 million in the region with all sector in the MENA region. Also here, it will give you the major exporter. If you scroll down here, that Jordan import. So this is, it's our export, Palestinian export to the Jordan. It's around 65, and here's 11 to Turkey. Now in Palestine, actually, we are interested in diversifying our market. So we are targeting Morocco market. So we look to the Morocco. Now I'm assuming I like as a trader, a user, still don't know anything. So If we look to the Morocco, our export to the Morocco around half a million. Now, here is give me there is still 280 unrealized in Morocco. I know the number is small, but for Palestine is mean a big thing, this number, because our export is still limited. Now, if we look to explore the opportunities, and by the way, we are talking here about sector, not product. Still, we are talking about sector. It show you the promising sector. And now you can see the sector perspective. Here's the same with Morocco. It's now narrow by narrow. By Morocco, Palestine has, as I said, around 1,000 unrealized potential. There is a growth for the 5 years. Also, it's give you the evolution of imports around all these years. And now, if we talk about, if we see about the sector of fruits, its and potential is 70% in this sector, fruit, for Morocco, determined. If we explore the opportunities for these sectors, now it give you around, it convert to the goods. If you can see 6 digits, the dates, give you the exactly the good. Now we can see there is a potential of dates around 70%. Now we need to find more details about this opportunity. Click. It's moved to the next category, which is market information. I now determine the opportunity. There is an opportunity in Morocco about the dates, but is it affordable for me as Palestinian or not? We will see according to the requirements in the Moroccan markets. It gives you like an indicator that about Morocco. The rank in global markets is #1. Morocco is the #1 in importing dates, which is give you a good indicators. Total imports, it's around 200 million. Palestinian share in this market is 0%. And the export potential is around 700,000. And also it's give you, like if you here, the value of imports from imports of Morocco from Palestine, it's in mirror, it's our export. Now it's give you Morocco as the first option or the first market based on the methodology on the ITC. It's also give you, if you are not convinced based on your let's say what you hear from traders, or it is not convinced, it's give you other markets that also suitable for you, like it give you the option to explore other potential markets like Jordan, Netherlands, and Germany. Now we look to what is required to the tariff, the first, let's say, obstacle to enter the market, the tariff. Now we look if we find that Morocco have most favorite nation with WTO 40%, but as Palestine we have 0% on the dates because we are member of the League of Arab States, Gadir agreement. So there is no tariff about dates entering Morocco market. Also, it can give you document needed like the certificate of origin. For example, the certificate of origin, the form of the Arab League, the certificate of origin. You can download it. You can know everything about what is required. actually, the most interesting thing, all the information in this trade helpdesk is free. And in many areas, you pay to find such information. To get this certificate of origin, sometimes you need to pay for the lawyer to facilitate all these issues. Now, if we look to the regulatory requirements, there is some domestic, like an exporting country required from its exporter, and there's some reason to protect their exporter. If we talk about natural resources, goods, or etc., we can find there's around 5 domestic requirements, like labeling and certification, inspection requirements for the and we should know some is required from the local country that I am from Palestine. In this example, is required from Palestine. We talk about the product itself, the requirement for a product itself. There is many requirements for the product itself, like identity requirement, other requirement in the production and post-production process, tolerance limit for residues of contamination by certain it's around issues related to the agricultural products. Now, the market condition, there is no market condition. And here also the pre-shipment labeling, certification, all these required. You can have an access to all these requirements to enter your product to the local market. And here's the W2 notification. Now, each member in the WTO, as you know, should notify all the members if there is any change, any update in all these issues. Now, Morocco doesn't publish any or nominate any notification about the about the dates, here imports from the dates. So to give you, there is nothing, let's say, updated or nothing changed in this year. And here is also sustainability standards, issues like organic and not organic. It is mainly for the, let's say, for the consumer, green or not green. If you like to be like a VIP exporter and know exactly what the consumer in this country want. Trade guides, and the most important thing is the business partners. Now I find it's opportunity and I explore all the requirements needed. I fulfill all the requirements, but I need to like a counterpart to talk with. Here to provide you with the trade promotion organization, it's okay. Trade finance provider, it's okay. But the business directory, if we click here and just an information. Now, all the features that I have mentioned, it's for the usual user without let's say have an account. It's available for all and it's free. Now, if you need to access the business directory and the companies, you should to have an or to sign an account on the website. And actually, it is very quickly, in 2 minutes you have an account, registry account, free. Now, if we look to the, we can see the product category and number of important companies. We look to dates. We can see here is the company name. For example, if we the contact details for all the company, the telephone, their email, the director, so you can make and if you have any inquiry about anything you need, you know, it's the matching with the buyer in the exact market. I think this is give you the more information needed to make a deal. Now, before finishing, and lastly, Now the help center. Now the help center, it has many function like the HS finder. If I don't know the, let's say the HS, we know, we all traders here, we talk about HS harmonized system at 6 digits. So if I didn't know the exact number of the HS, maybe I can find, if we can put the dates, for example, can give the exact number of the product and all the, let's say, what's the meaning of all the tariff, non-tariff. And the most important one is the submit and inquiry. And this is, you should be have an account. Now, if you need extra information, and you didn't find it on the on the website, on the tool, you should register and type your inquiry, ask your question and your email, your name, your where your country, exporting country, and after around 48 hours, you have an answer from this. Actually, it helped me at personal level when I need like preparing an analysis for which market to select. If there is a scope and mission for the private sector, it's give you an exact indicators about what you want or how you to proceed there. It give you the more reliable data, historical data, and the most important thing is give you the business directory, so you can work on the trade exhibition and you can prepare for any deals with all this sector by sector. I think I summarize all the functions in this tool. I recommend all the actually the traders and the Chamber of Commerce, unions, all these to publicize this website and to get benefit from this tools. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Jawad. So as I said, I wanted to just, after the live demonstration, show just 1 or 2 slides because I'd like to show you what's coming next. And just to reiterate what was actually said by Jawad, is that it's an important tool to actually make your decision. It's also a tool where you can anticipate the future changes. So when we're talking about WTO notification, for example, this is critical for the private sector to be informed about what is kind of cooking at WTO, to anticipate for your products what would be the changes. So you can anticipate, you can find businesses in the target markets. You can also get the support of the institutions. So it's a full journey in the search for export diversification or market diversification. And what is coming next? So I mentioned briefly that there is this training program as part of the trade and investment facilitation mechanism. We have actually some certified trainers already on the EuroMed Trade Help Desk in the 4 countries there. So we started in Libya, we've done Palestine, Morocco, as well as Algeria. So a different and a large range of institutions that will have the certified trainers among their institution again. The idea is to, again, get something that is sustainable and that can continue spreading and have such intervention in international conferences, for instance. We have some upcoming trainings in Jordan. We are currently discussing with the focal point in Jordan. The 2 focal points are in the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Supply, and the second focal point is from Jordan Exports. So we're preparing the next capacity building program in Jordan, a large range of institutions, and I'd like to flag, for instance, the Jordan Forum for Businesses and Professional Women. So again, getting back to our discussion yesterday about involvement of women businesses. Similar training to start in Lebanon as well. So in Lebanon, we're working with the Ministry of Economy as well as Ministry of Economy and Trade, as well as IDAL. They are the 2 focal point institutions, and we are preparing the list of participants for this training. Something I like to flag as well, I mentioned the services. We also have under the TIFM2 projects a component dedicated to training services and improving the statistics in training services. For instance, in Morocco, that's construction that was selected. So we're working with the central bank alike to improve the statistics. Because what we've seen here and what Jawad was presenting is a lot of information that allows you to do a decision and to take a decision for goods. Ideal situation would be to have similar information available for services. So you can also take informed decision for services. We're working towards this. And as I said, there is a lot of potential actually in the region as well for the services. I mentioned it already, so I will go quickly, but we're targeting the women entrepreneurs in the sense that women related institution or focusing on women entrepreneurs are part of the capacity building, not only directly to the capacity building that is delivered by the ITC, but as I said, we have now certified trainers, and I give some example that in Algeria, there is a plan already to train some women entrepreneurs. Similar in Libya, they have already done this. So this is also the way to have this multiplier effects and sustainability. I'll stop here with my presentation and bunch of information. And we'll welcome any question, feedback, thoughts about what Jawad and I presented. Thank you for your attention. Shukran. Thanks a lot.
Okay, we start from my left side with Dr. Nermin.
First of all, I would like to go on a strategic level and to thank Christophe, Paulo, EU, UFM. And for us, this is really going from policy to impact. It took us a number of years. Yani, the bad news, it took us some time, but the good news, eventually what we are seeing now is impact and potential impact. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Second, we'd like to thank Elodie and Jawad. And I have 3 questions, one on a general level, second on a technical level, and the third on a sectoral level, going from general to specific. On the general level, this is a dream coming true, but also I'm thinking about synergies. We was attending with the OECD and the TIVA, Trade and Value Added, in collaboration with the African Union, the European Union, last week. And what are the synergies between the ITC and the OECD? They are working on more or less the same with specific data of input, output tables, data from the central banks, HS codes. I mean, those synergies. And by the way, in the TIVA database, there are the 4 countries of the Agadir that you mentioned, Egypt, Jordan, Tunisia, and Morocco. The bad news in those countries are, as you presented, constituting 1% only versus the 62% of the intra-European trade. The first question is about the synergies between much initiatives are taking place now and much potential for the countries and the region. This is the general question. Number 2, the technical question. It's very interesting. We'd like to know about the formula, how you calculated the untapped potential. The example given from exporting from Palestine to Morocco, what is the formula that we can benefit from? Third, sectoral. Amidst the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, and you said about the sustainability and the green. Also, the TIVA, OECD has launched the carbon dioxide emissions database and the employment TIVA database. Does ITC has this sectoral targeting for the 6 sectors, steel, aluminum, cement, fertilizers, hydrogen, and so forth? because those are at the core of the value chains and the trade path. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Nermin, for your questions and interests. So I'll go first with the synergy of OECD and ITC. So we are collaborating together. OECD is working, for instance, a lot with at the moment with the investment side as well and the investment context. So in this project, actually, there is a regional approach. So OECD is also implementing some activities and we are contacting them, for instance, for the collection of the FDI that are also in the platform. And we are also in synergy with the ILO, discussing about job creation and what would be the sectors that will actually bring more job creation. So we are closely discussing and integrating and ensuring that there is no overlaps. So they might have some work going on for a different final purpose and different indexes that OECD is calculating. But we are looking at this and collaborating. I will do just a parenthesis also because you mentioned the African Union, and in the context of the African CFTA, there is also some activities ongoing and implemented by the ITC. You might have heard about the African Trade Observatory. So we are implementing the African Trade Observatory, which also involves collecting the data directly from the customs. We are making really great progress with Egypt. So this is also something that will later on allows us to populate more easily the Euromed Trade Desk. So those synergies at continental level across institutions and in the region, we are looking at this and taking care of that carefully, including with OECD. The formula for the untapped potential, so the paper is available online. I'll show you with pleasure, but just to do a recap, there are three main pillars for the calculation of this export potential indicators, export potential index, sorry. So the three pillars are the demands, the offer, and the ease of doing business. So part of the demands, you will see the historical trade statistics, obviously, but we also integrate the market access conditions. So if there is any tariff dismantling schedule, for instance, this is taken into consideration. The land availability is also considered. Is like you cannot pretend that a country could expand its production, for instance, if there is a reduced availability of the land. The GDP trends is also considered. So a lot of different indicators, but I'll indicate to you the exact formula and the exact details, of course. And part of this export potential index and export potential analysis, we have also some other analysis and studies linked to your third question about the carbon and the green. So we are conducting also specific analysis for this and to ensure that the products that are selected on the value chain is actually sustainable and is is considering, sorry, the green approach and so on. So there are several analyses like this. Furthermore, at the ITC, we have other projects dedicated to the green approach. So I can also tell you more about this. And we have a dedicated tool that was mentioned quickly that also allows you to do the mapping of all the private certificates that looks at the green approach and so on. That's for the substances. Shukran.
Thank you very much for the valuable information, and we will definitely pass this experience and information to our partners in Egypt. I'm representing the National Council for Women in Egypt, which is the national machinery for women. So answering to your question in the last slide, we have access to a network of women entrepreneurs, whether in micro, small, or medium enterprises. We have outreach under the umbrella of a national presidential program, Hayya Karima, and family development program, to women in 20 governorates who took entrepreneurship training and financial inclusion for women. So there are potential, not all of them, of course, are will start their business, but there are potential startups from those women. So we can outreach women through, we have also women leaders and facilitators who can outreach also women who are potential for startups or have already micro and small medium enterprise. Thank you.
Bonjour, je vais aussi varier les langues comme vous avez voulu faire. Je vous remercie d'abord, c'est très intéressant comme outil. Par contre, moi, j'ai deux préoccupations par rapport à cet outil. Ma première préoccupation, c'est la fiabilité des informations, parce que, comme vous savez, dans cette région du monde, il y a un très grand pourcentage d'économies informelles. Et je suppose que ces informations-là ne sont pas prises en compte dans vos, que ce soit dans vos surveys ou dans vos études, dans vos chiffres que vous soumettez. Donc, comment vous faites pour contourner ça ou compenser cette différence? Et la deuxième préoccupation, c'est la multiplicité de ce genre de plateformes qui existent aujourd'hui. Ce matin, nous avons parlé à Business Med, qui a le BCD, Business Country Desk, qui offre aussi ce genre d'outils. Est-ce que ce n'est pas contre-productif de devoir à chaque fois avoir plusieurs plateformes qui font presque la même chose? Merci.
Je vous remercie. Je peux juste vous demander, excusez-moi, de me rappeler votre nom et
Daniel Arboud,
l'institution.
de l'Association des industriels libanais.
D'accord, merci beaucoup. Inch'Allah.
On en reparlera à la pause.
Merci beaucoup. Merci pour vos questions. Alors, sur la fiabilité des données, donc il y a deux aspects dans votre question, si je peux me permettre de répondre en deux phases. Donc, ici, on parle bien de l'exportation et de l'internationalisation, ce qui implique d'être déjà dans le commerce formel. Donc, les informations et sur la fiabilité des informations, ça prend le commerce formel et ça donne de l'information qui est collectée partagée par les institutions nationales, mais qui est vérifiée et la qualité des informations est vérifiée par ITC, par un tas de process qu'on a. Donc, il y a institutions nationales qui fournissent l'information et quality check, le cas échéant, si la qualité des données n'est pas satisfaisante, si je prends un exemple des statistiques commerciales, on utilise des proxys pour fournir de l'information qui est fiable si pour X, Y raison, le pays ne peut pas les fournir correctement. Mais effectivement, le commerce informel, ça relève d'une toute autre analyse et d'une toute autre méthodologie. Donc ici, on parle bien de entreprise internationale qui du coup devrait être formalisée. Mais cela étant dit, le fait d'avoir l'information disponible, en l'occurrence sur les conditions d'accès au marché, etc., et le potentiel, peut être aussi un facteur d'encouragement sur la formalisation de certaines des entreprises. Sur la multiplicité des plateformes, très bon point aussi que vous mentionnez. Donc, certaines des autres plateformes, par exemple, l'EPSOMED que vous avez mentionné, va faire du B2B beaucoup, ce qui n'est pas le cas ici. Donc, la formation sur l'Euromed Helpdesk, c'est de la pure information d'intelligence commerciale, avec aussi, vous voyez, le secteur privé. Mais justement, on ne rentre pas dans des mandats, on va dire, qui ne sont pas les nôtres, où on ne gère pas ce genre de B2B et de forum. Donc, on se contente, je vais dire, entre guillemets, de fournir de l'information fiable. Je vais juste aussi en profiter pour highlight, je perds mes mots en français, donc je prétends vouloir passer souligner. Je voudrais aussi souligner en fait que l'Euromed Helpdesk, c'est une des premières plateformes qui a existé comme ça pour la région méditerranéenne, donc qui a été précurseur en termes d'information régionale juste dans une même plateforme. Ça a été dupliqué depuis en Asie centrale, ça a été dupliqué aussi dans les pays de l'Est, Kazakhstan, etc. Donc, ce genre de plateforme est quand même d'un intérêt très particulier et effectivement, on s'attelle aussi à faire au maximum les synergies avec les autres, mais ça permet d'avoir une vue d'ensemble sur le pays. Mais je vous remercie de votre point sur la multiplicité des plateformes qu'on tâche aussi de diminuer, si je puis dire. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Une autre question, s'il vous plaît. Does this platform include trade and services? Oh,
Thanks a lot for the question. So yes, we also have a module for the trading services. So as I said, for trading services, this is way much complicated to collect the data, but we are putting the first step towards more information in trading services. So you have in the Your Matradel desk a module to see the global performance, let's say, in terms of trading services. For some countries, we have a breakdown by industry. We don't have yet the bilateral, and we are working with different central banks in improving the statistics. So we're starting to get it more. But ideally, or what we do expect is to have something where you would also have the regulation related to the services if you want to do and to access new markets with the services. That would be an ideal situation. So this is something we could envisage for the next phase of the project. But yeah. So first steps in trading services is statistics improvement, yet there is already a module where you can see actually by industry for some of the country. Shukran.
Merci beaucoup. My question will be in French. Je voudrais vous remercier beaucoup pour la qualité de vos présentations. Et surtout, je pense que comme certains de mes collègues, je suis interpellé par ce potentiel commercial régional qui est de plus de 17 milliards, mais je pense qu'il faut aller au-delà de ce qu'on appelle le constat et la photographie, aller au-delà aussi de l'accord en lui-même, parce qu'au fait, quand on parle d'un accord, il faut aussi évoquer d'une manière pragmatique le dispositif d'accompagnement de cet accord. Moi, je voudrais parler de ce qu'on appelle le doing business, c'est-à-dire qu'on ne peut pas faire de business s'il n'y a pas de facilitation à ce business, de confiance entre les acteurs de ces signataires qui est fondamentale. Et vous avez évoqué une petite anecdote, je voudrais aussi rajouter une autre, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a des personnes qui n'étaient pas au courant de cet accord, il y a même des douaniers qui ne sont pas d'accord qui sont pas au courant de cet accord. J'ai eu des opérations d'hommes d'affaires de la région qui étaient bloquées parce que les douaniers n'avaient pas du tout les termes de cet accord. Maintenant, la question qu'il faudrait se poser, comment vous allez aller au-delà du constat et de cette photographie, parce qu'au fait, il faut ce qu'on appelle cette logique intégrative, que ces pays-là puissent se considérer comme ce qu'on appelle un global qui peut générer de la valeur et sortir de la logique basique, c'est-à-dire concurrent. Il faut qu'ils rentrent dans une logique de chaîne de valeur, c'est-à-dire comment ils peuvent se compléter pour aller sur des marchés. Il y a la ZLECAf, il y a la communauté européenne, mais ils ne peuvent pas rester dans cette logique de concurrence. La question, c'est comment vous allez, bien sûr, agir dans le sens de l'accomplissement de cet accord et de la concrétisation de cet accord. Ce n'est pas que le constat. Deuxième sujet, moi, je suis partant avec vous pour que nous puissions sensibiliser les entreprises, certainement au Maroc et dans d'autres régions, sur ce qu'on appelle cet outil de helpdesk et même inciter les opérateurs économiques pour qu'ils puissent s'en servir et faire pression sur ce qu'on appelle nos partenaires publics. Voilà, je vous remercie beaucoup, madame.
Merci beaucoup. Merci pour les questions. Et très bon point, oui. Donc, une des parties des raisons pour lesquelles le potentiel n'est pas tout à fait totalement exploité, c'est, vous l'avez mentionné comme friction, c'est la connaissance de certains accords, c'est le fait de pouvoir en fait produire au niveau de qualité qui est demandé. Donc, effectivement, on prend une photographie, on fait une projection d'ici 2027. On pourrait avoir une nouvelle fois blocage de l'économie internationale avec un nouveau Covid ou que sais-je. On ne peut pas le prévoir là dans la projection. Donc, il y a beaucoup de friction. Le fait est d'avoir une photographie comme ça permet en fait un petit peu de enlever les caches autour des yeux et de voir que finalement il y a du potentiel ailleurs et c'est comme on dit ne pas mettre tous ses œufs dans le même panier. Donc rebondir sur ce que vous avez dit, comment vous allez faire. J'aimerais avoir la possibilité moi-même, Élodie Robin, de faire quelque chose pour ça, mais je pense que ça passe par l'information. Donc ensuite, c'est la volonté des décideurs politiques de justement le voir et d'accompagner beaucoup plus le secteur privé dans ce que vous avez dit, qui n'est pas d'aller au-delà de la concurrence, mais d'aller sur les chaînes de valeur. Dans le cadre de la ZLECAf, en l'occurrence, il y a beaucoup d'analyses qui sont faites sur les chaînes de valeur continentales. Aussi, il y a un intérêt, parce que c'est pas encore très, il n'y a pas cette identité très forte des pays méditerranéens. C'est pas comme dans d'autres régions où vous avez une institution qui regroupe les pays, ECOWAS, etc. Donc, c'est peut-être un peu plus compliqué, mais encore une fois, quand bien même à l'heure actuelle, c'est une des régions les moins intégrées au niveau commercial, on l'a vu, il y a du potentiel, il y a des chaînes de valeur. Je veux aussi ajouter un petit point important sur le potentiel qui est calculé ici. Ça exclut certains des produits. Hydrocarbures n'est pas compris dedans. Donc, pour rebondir aussi sur le green, peut-être qu'on mentionnait aussi. Donc, il y a d'autres produits qui sont des produits habituels. Et je prends un exemple de la Libye. La Libye a intégré cette plateforme assez récemment, il y a à peu près 1 an, parce que justement, quand vous voulez aller au-delà de l'hydrocarbure, c'est bien de commencer à s'intéresser à ce côté régional, etc. Donc, je n'ai malheureusement pas la réponse, mise à part de dire que le plus de transparence, le plus d'informations est apporté à tous les acteurs économiques, en l'occurrence les décideurs politiques et le secteur privé, le plus ça donne un leitmotiv pour cette intégration et pour faire des partenariats et aller au-delà de la concurrence historique, on va dire, ou peut-être théorique, si je peux l'exprimer ainsi. Je vous remercie.
Hi, my name is Naomi, and I'm the Director of Small Medium Business Agency at the Ministry of Economy of Israel. So it was a very interesting presentation, and I think it's a very important tool since the knowledge is one of the biggest challenges of SMEs. I have one question about the regulatory information. How often is there any mechanism, ongoing mechanism that update the regulatory information, because it's something that can be changed very often around the countries?
Thanks a lot. Thank you for your question. So the regulatory information, so we're talking about the export regulation as well as the import regulation. So we're trying to update it once a year for your MED desk for this platform. And this is linked also with this network that we have of national focal points. So for instance, we have a focal point at the Ministry of Economy. And we are also looking in detail at NEVO website in Israel that is providing the regulations. So we're doing our best to have it updated once a year. But again, we're talking about regulations, laws, thousands of pages of documents. So it could be less frequent than the tariffs, for instance, that are much easier to update. So it does not prevent the users to look at the national website as well, but it gives a good picture and also allows to compare across the countries. So it's really, really valuable in this sense, and updated, at least we're trying once a year for this regulation. Thanks.
Hello, Nir Ben Aaron from the Small and Medium Business Agency in Israel. And I think that there is also a European help desk. So if there is, what are the relations between your help desk and their help desk, or is it the same one?
Thanks a lot for the question. So there is indeed this EU Trade Help Desk. They've renamed it recently the Access to Markets. So in the EuroMed Trade Help Desk, you will have, if you're interested and if you want to dig in more one of the EU country, you will get this direct link to Access to Markets. So we are also working in synergy with them to have the information for the EU member states. And we are providing, I'll say, more information and more support in the sense that you have this network, for instance, that we've mentioned, additional modules for the FDI, for the trading services, WTO notification that is not part of the access to markets. So you will find more information in the EuroMed Trade Help Desk, yet the bridge with access to markets is made through the different queries you'll be able to do. Thank you.
Tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier Elodie pour la présentation et Monsieur Jawed pour la démonstration qu'il a fait. Je m'excuse, je vais faire mon intervention en français.
Donc, ma question est adressée à Elodie par rapport à la plateforme Euromed Trade Help Desk. Donc, dans une optique de diversification des marchés, donc, il y a beaucoup d'opportunités qui se présentent pour ces pays vers d'autres destinations, l'Afrique en l'occurrence. Donc, est-ce que vous prévoyez de développer cette plateforme davantage pour avoir accès à l'information, surtout quand on fait une analyse couple produit-marché, on veut analyser le positionnement du pays par rapport aux produits définis. Et donc, on ne trouve pas l'information sur Euromed Trade Help Desk. Donc, est-ce que vous allez développer davantage cela pour ne pas faire retour aux connexions qui sont mises en place pour pouvoir accéder à l'information exacte? Et merci.
Merci beaucoup, merci pour la question. Ça me permet en nouvelle fois highlight, donc illustrer un autre point. L'Euromed Trade Help Desk, en fait, est basé sur des outils thématiques de l'ITC. En l'occurrence, Trade Map, Market Access Map, Export Potential Map, que vous connaissez peut-être, Investment Map. Donc, on a une série d'outils thématiques pour les points que je viens de mentionner, le commerce, les conditions d'accès au marché, etc. Donc, si vous voulez conduire une analyse pour d'autres pays en dehors de la région méditerranéenne, vous pouvez le faire, mais là, ça va demander d'aller sur les outils séparément. Donc, c'est ça aussi le bénéfice de l'Euromed Trade Help Desk, c'est que Jawad, quand il a fait sa démonstration, vous avez toute l'information directement au même endroit. Vous n'avez pas besoin d'aller dans des outils différents. Donc, c'est encore une fois dans cette politique et cet engagement qui avait été pris au niveau ministériel de renforcer l'intégration régionale qu'est née cette plateforme. Pour ce qui concerne donc les autres pays, vous pouvez faire la même analyse. Ça demandera juste plus de navigation dans des outils différents, puisque l'ITC, on a donc des outils qui sont aussi gratuits, plus que 200 pays qui sont couverts pour la même information. Donc, vous pouvez justement étendre plus loin. Vous n'aurez pas en revanche l'accès à ce support du réseau, puisque ça, c'est vraiment dédié à l'Euromed Trade Help Desk. Et les efforts, je vais dire, de collecte des données. Et on a un gros focus sur l'Euromed région. On a ces points focaux qui nous aident à collecter les données. Donc, peut-être pour certains pays, vous n'aurez pas toujours la même mise à jour. Ce que je veux aussi mentionner quand même, c'est l'Observatoire africain du commerce, parce que dans le cadre de la ZLECAf, on a cet outil un petit peu aussi similaire qui va un peu plus loin, mais qui sera vraiment pour monitorer l'implémentation de la ZLECAf. Donc, si vous êtes intéressé sur la région, le continent, pardon, vous aurez cette même approche de tout dans un même outil, donc l'Observatoire africain du commerce. Et pour terminer, tout de même, un autre outil, Global Trade Help Desk. Global Trade Help Desk, voilà, ça va vous permettre de faire l'analyse au-delà de la région méditerranéenne, mais encore une fois, certains des éléments qui sont ici, qui ont été présentés, ne seront pas disponibles dans les autres plateformes. Donc, il est possible de faire en dehors, si vous êtes intéressé par le Maroc, en dehors de la région, tout à fait possible de le faire via d'autres outils, et on pourra en parler bien volontiers. Encore une fois, l'Euromed Trade Help Desk a des valeurs ajoutées très importantes, notamment de par ce réseau-là qui existe et qui répond aux questions et facilite la mise à jour aussi des informations. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. D'abord, je voudrais vous remercier pour cette excellente présentation sur l'Euromed Trade Help Desk. Je voudrais aussi mentionner que dans le cadre de la prochaine ministérielle sur le commerce, ministérielle EPM, il y a une mention ou une référence à cette plateforme, invitant les États membres à faire plus, avoir des synergies pour tirer le meilleur parti de cette plateforme. J'ai une question, je suis curieux de savoir quelle est la méthodologie qui a été utilisée pour calculer le potentiel en matière de commerce ou de manque à gagner. J'aimerais bien avoir une idée sur comment a été calculé.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Et merci beaucoup aussi d'avoir rappelé justement dans la déclaration ministérielle, ou en tout cas qu'il y aura mention de cet outil. Donc encore Encore une fois, au niveau politique et au niveau le plus élevé, un important focus et une importante part est donnée à cette remettre d'Aldes et ce mécanisme pour la région et pour l'intégration régionale. Donc, on est ravis aussi d'avoir ce soutien-là, non pas seulement par les points focaux avec qui on collabore, mais aussi au niveau plus haut, au niveau des ministères du commerce. Et concernant donc la méthodologie, je me ferai un plaisir de vous de montrer ça et d'ajouter des slides supplémentaires, en fait, si je me permets, avant de le partager avec Paolo pour que vous l'ayez. Mais en gros, 3 piliers importants dans la méthodologie, la demande, l'offre et la facilité à faire du business. Donc, on prend en compte les données historiques, les 5 ans passés, par exemple, en ce qui concerne les statistiques commerciales. On prend en compte les tarifs. S'il y a des accords préférentiels qui prévoient une diminution des tarifs et une projection, on prend en compte ça. Le PIB, la disponibilité des terres, etc., etc. Donc, un ensemble d'indicateurs économétriques qui sont pris en considération pour l'exportation et pour la projection d'ici 5 ans, auxquels on retranche, si je puis dire, les exportations qui se passent actuellement. Pour vraiment mesurer, on a du potentiel d'ici 2027 qu'on calcule. À l'heure actuelle, on ne fait que 38%, admettons. Donc, il nous reste du potentiel ici à exploiter. Et l'intérêt aussi de toutes les études et discussions, c'est de voir quelles sont les frictions qui empêchent justement l'accès à ce potentiel. On a mentionné l'accès à l'information, on a mentionné ce côté un peu concurrence aussi qui existe et qui perdure dans les mentalités, dans les habitudes peut-être de commerce dans la région, etc. Donc, c'est ça aussi l'intérêt, d'enlever ces barrières et ces frictions pour pleinement profiter de ce potentiel qui existe dans la région méditerranéenne. Mais je rajouterai volontiers les détails de cette méthodologie. J'ai vu que ça intéressait beaucoup des participants, donc je le rajouterai avant de circuler les diapositives avec plaisir. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. So, if there are not other questions, what we suggest now to have the coffee break. And then after the coffee break, following the program, it was because we are a little bit late, a lot of questions. So we have the coffee break and then we will have the presentation of EcoNet program from Abdelasset. Okay. See you later then. Yeah. We are 15 minutes. Okay. See you soon. Voilà. So we go. So yeah, it's fine. So we're going to start with the presentation of Abdelasset Verwal, advisor, Export Marketing International Trade Center, and responsible for the Ecom Connect program. I would like to tell you something after the presentation. We will have question and answers like we did for the other program. And then we will have lunch at 1 o'clock. And for logistic reason at lunch, we will have 2 tables of 10 persons each, where we'll split Elodie and Abdelasset for further questions or bilateral contact. So I would like to invite the delegation just to select 2 persons, 1 per delegation that will be split in between the 2 programs, ITC program. So people in charge of trade and of course, because we have, it was not possible to put bigger table during the lunch. So it's up to you to decide who is going to sit with Elodie and Abdelasset. So before going to lunch, you coordinate internally, and so you can keep going with the question and contact with our expert. Of course, Abdelasset and Elodie will be available for bilateral contact even after the launch. Okay, please, Abdelasset.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Bonjour, marhaban. First, I would like to thank Christophe and Paulo for the invitation. I'm really glad to participate in this great event and talk about our program of e-commerce. Okay, so I have a presentation, few slides. I will distribute the slides after the presentation. So this is I would like to present our e-commerce program. So we call it Ecom Connect. Okay, so it's a team at ITC, like the team of my colleague Elodie, TMI. We are another team called Ecom Connect. So in this presentation, I will talk about Ecom Connect in general, our mission, and then I will explain our methodology. And then I will present 3 case studies from the South Med region, recent e-commerce project and ongoing project that we are currently implementing in the South Med region. And then I will talk briefly about our work in other regions, because, you know, as ITC, we are present in the majority of developing countries. So about Ecom Connect. So Ecom Connect program helps small and medium-sized businesses, SMEs in developing countries, to market and sell their products online. Okay, we support our SMEs with training, research, structures, partnerships, digital tools, and technologies. Our goal is to connect SMEs to local, regional, and international online markets in an inclusive and sustainable manner. Okay. Okay, as you can see in this map, this is, it explains our presence. So you can see here a list of completed projects and ongoing projects. For example, this year, we are working, you can see in Latin America, we have a big EU-funded project there. We have a project in Nigeria. I have a small e-commerce intervention in Jordan. We also have e-commerce project in Ukraine and in Asian countries. Also, we have a big e-commerce project in Central Asia covering the region countries like Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. And then we have what we call the Ecom Connect hubs. I will explain this concept, this initiative later. Present in 3 countries, Kenya, Nicaragua, and Tunisia, and switch on initiative that we started. Okay, so, and of course, list of completed projects. You can see countries from the region: Algeria, Iraq, Kuwait, Egypt, Lebanon, Morocco, Oman, Palestine, Somalia, Qatar, Syria, etc. Okay, so during the last 5 years, we worked in 35 countries. Okay, we supported more than 3,000 SMEs. We work in different sectors. You know, e-commerce, we can support companies from different sectors selling products or services. During our work, we use the train the trainer methodology. So we trained dozens, hundreds of coaches in different countries. So these are e-commerce experts that were trained by Ecom Connect, and they replicate our training with SMEs. And after the project, they are resourced in the country. E-commerce, they act as e-commerce experts. We have also an online community. We have more than 6,000 members. It's called Ecom Connect. I will talk about it later. And we have on the SME Trade Academy website of ITC, we have 5 e-learning courses on e-commerce. So these are, of course, free and accessible online courses. I think there are like 4 or 5 sessions per year. So people just need to create an account to register and then complete the online course. On the website is SME Trade Academy. Also, we developed online tools online tools for e-commerce. Okay, I shared actually with you our flyers. You can see the list of the tools on the flyers, and I will explain briefly these tools. We have also e-commerce modules, so training modules in different languages, based on the country that we work on, in English, French, Arabic, Spanish, and Russian, and of course, video tutorials. So in terms of partnerships, so we collaborate with donors, international organizations, NGOs, private sector to achieve sustainable change. So you can see here the flag of the EU. So the EU is one of the main funders of ITC and our projects. We also work with USAID, World Bank, GIZ, and also you can see here list of private sector partners like the marketplace, eBay, Novaika, Etsy, Alibaba, and you can see also payment providers like here Visa, Pioneer as well. And here we have the Amsterdam University of Applied Science. We worked with them to develop e-commerce tools. We developed together a marketplace Explorer tool. You can see it on Ecom Connect. Okay. So now I will explain what we offer to SMEs. So first is tailored online and face-to-face training for successful domestic and e-commerce and international e-commerce, advisory and research services to develop, expand, and resolve specific barriers such as access to payment solutions, logistics, and e-commerce services. I mentioned partnerships. We work with partners from the private sector or public sector or international organization to provide key training, preferential support, and other essential e-commerce services. For example, we can have preferential shipping rates or facilitated access to some marketplaces. I mentioned tools, so we developed a couple of tools to support product digitalization, e-commerce readiness, and the development of e-commerce pricing strategies. And finally, we participate in events to connect e-commerce businesses to international customers through online campaigns, trade fairs, and exhibitions. So in terms of the methodology, so we can say that we work in 3 levels, okay? So the enterprise level, the ecosystem level, meso level, and then the micro level, policy level. But of course, we work on different levels, but we from the perspective of SMEs, because we are really, we focus on helping SMEs. And for example, if we participate, our work on the policy level is based on our experience and what we see in the field, for example, the problems that are facing SMEs. So at the policy level, for example, our participation to this event is considered as policy level contribution. So strengthen the capacity of policymakers and institutions on the implications of e-commerce centered of SMEs. So public-private dialogues and advisory and public policy formulation. So at the ecosystem level, it's more about the developing partnerships that address specific barriers. For example, we implemented so we go in a country, implement a project. We go and talk to everyone. We talk to logistic providers, payment providers, and we try to negotiate preferential rates, for example, and to our SMEs. So at the enterprise level, so you can see here, so you have the awareness level. You have like 4 levels. Awareness level where we, it's based on our learning and networking platform Ecom Connect. Okay, I mentioned free online tools and courses. And then we have the understanding level. This is based on self-driven and live tailored group training. So it's a mix of kind of an online training with collective sessions, collective coaching sessions. And then we have more advanced levels. For example, the mastery level. This is based on an intensive coaching with SMEs to activate their e-commerce channels. And then we have the excellence level. This is important. This is what we call peer-to-peer learning. So for example, in a project, we work with SMEs, they achieve this level, and then they become, like ambassadors. They can, after that, they can be advising other SMEs who are starting the e-commerce journey. So for example, when we organize our events or e-commerce training, we invite SMEs who made it through this journey, from awareness to mastery, excellence. Okay, so I mentioned our community. So just to, there is a difference actually between, we call it, our program is Ecom Connect. So Ecom Connect is the program, is all the things that I mentioned, okay? So, but you have then the community. So the community is, this is our website, ecomconnect.org. So community is actually a platform where free platform accessible to everyone. So SMEs, experts, institutions, companies can log in, create an account. It takes 2 minutes. You just need an email, password, and then you can log in. And then by creating an account, so you will have access to all to the tools that I mentioned, and you will have access to to information, to e-commerce tools. So let me introduce briefly some of the tools that we developed to help SMEs to use e-commerce. We have the e-commerce readiness quiz. So this tool, it rapidly assesses e-commerce readiness in 5 areas: e-commerce planning, online presence, digital marketing, shipping and inventory, and customer service. So let's say an SME would like to sell online. They don't know about the readiness, so they log in, they do this quiz, and then they have kind of an evaluation of their readiness, beginner, intermediate, or advanced. And for every level, there are things, there are recommendations to do. We have what we call the e-commerce cost calculator. This tool helps SMEs understand the cost of selling on popular e-commerce marketplaces such as Amazon, eBay, and Etsy. Okay, so for example, they open this tool and then they can do simulation. For example, there are some marketplaces fees, the shipping fee, and then you have a tool that calculates like your margin, and you can have an idea about, you can adjust your costing strategy. Okay. And then we have also what we call the online payment solution finder. We know that payment solutions are very important in e-commerce. So in this website, you can go there, select a country, and then you can see the list of available payment solutions in a given country. Okay. And then I mentioned also the Marketplace Explorer. We collaborated with the Amsterdam University to develop this tool. So it explores B2C marketplaces in 55 countries and territories in Africa. So we started with Africa. And then we have a new version covering Latin America and the Caribbean. Okay. So let's say you go there, you select the country, and then you can see the list of all B2C marketplaces in a given country. So they can, SMEs will have, instead of doing like a desk research, so you have this information like quickly, like in 2-3 minutes, you will have the list of marketplaces. Okay, so these tools, as I said, are accessible, are free. So you just need to actually connect, log into ecomconnect.org and create a profile. So I invite you all to subscribe and invite your SMEs because it's free tool accessible. So I invite you to share the link with your networks. And of course, there are other things that we do on this platform. We do webinars on e-commerce topics. We invite experts. So, and every week, members will receive a newsletter with events, upcoming events, webinars, and also the members will have access to e-commerce experts, networking opportunities, e-commerce advisory. Okay. All right. Now I would like to talk about our recent and ongoing work in the South Med region. So I would just mention 3 examples. There are other projects, but I will focus on 3 examples. So the first example is the World Bank funded Wi-Fi project in the MENA region. So Wi-Fi is the Women Entrepreneurship Finance Initiative. So this is a regional project. I think it's implemented in 7 MENA countries. So the project was launched in 2019, and as ITC, we implemented the project in 2 countries, in Tunisia and Lebanon. So the project was implemented during the COVID period, 2020 and 2021. So in this project, we trained more than 150 women-led SMEs and connected them to domestic, regional, and international markets through digital channels. So we covered different sectors like food, textile, garments, jewelry, artisans. Okay. So in this project, we applied, as I mentioned, what we call the trainer methodology. We built a regional network of e-commerce advisors. So at the end of the project, we have 29 experts who passed the certification requirement and joined the pool of ITC certified e-commerce advisors. So we have 14 from Tunisia and 15 from Lebanon. Okay, so now they are certified e-commerce advisors. Okay. So a second example in the South Med region. So this is the UN ISQA funded e-commerce acceleration program called ECAP. So ISQA is the regional UN agency in covering Western Asia. So they approached us in early 2022 for a regional project that covers all MENA countries. So the program built the capacity of 100 small and medium-sized enterprises from the MENA region to transition into online selling. Okay, so we divided the 100 SMEs into 2 groups. More advanced SMEs, we help them to create a transactional e-commerce websites. What I mean by transactional e-commerce website is an e-commerce website where people can go and click and buy a product and pay. It's a fully fledged e-commerce website. So half of the SMEs benefited from an e-commerce websites, and the other half we helped them to create optimized seller accounts on local or regional or international marketplaces in the region or around the world. So this was actually an accelerated program which was implemented in a 5-month period. And this is an example of the importance of local ownership and building partners. So in this project, we worked with the ITC certified advisors from the project that I mentioned before, from the Wi-Fi project. Okay. So this is why we could really go into this acceleration program, and we implemented it in a very short period, 5 months. In our projects at ITC is a very short period because usually we need, our projects are at least 1 year or 2 years. So here you can see this is a quick overview of the methodology. So the way we see e-commerce, it's not about going it's not a work of 1 or 2 days. It's not, an SME cannot just go and open a seller account and say, okay, I do e-commerce. So it's a lot of preparation. In our methodology, we spend 3, 4, 5 months to prepare them before going into creating an account or creating a website. So first we work on the e-commerce strategy and market research. Okay, and here we use the tools of our colleagues TMI. So we use TradeMap and the other tools that my colleague mentioned, and we help our SMEs to really understand the potential of their products. One of the basic questions, I mean, do they have competitive products to sell? I mean, if they don't, so why doing e-commerce? So they first, a person or an SME should have a competitive e-commerce project and should identify the markets before going there and investing money to, in creating a website or creating a seller account. So we work on an e-commerce strategy. We work with them on market research. We train them, we coach them, and by the end of we call it a unit, okay, this e-commerce strategy unit. So by the end of this module, they know what to do. They understand the potential markets, and they have a pricing strategy. Then we move into what we call e-commerce content. So things like e-commerce photography, describing the products, describe your company, your history, the history of your company. So photography nowadays is important. So if, for example, I think if you go online and you see to a website and you see bad quality pictures, we will not buy from that seller. So we help them to really train them to how to take good quality pictures and how to write good content description, company description. Okay. So then, as I said, this is the preparation phase. After making sure that they are ready and prepared, they have a strategy, they have content, we go into into the operation side of e-commerce, where we, depending on the choice, that we have different paths in e-commerce. We have social commerce. They can sell on Facebook, Instagram, or they can have a LinkedIn account, or they can list on marketplaces, local, regional, like Amazon, Alibaba, or sometimes they can decide to create transactional e-commerce website. And sometimes, they can do they can have activated 3 channels if they have resources. Sometimes they activate 2 out of 3. It's case by case. But this is like, the overall picture. You have 3 channels, and then you start with 1 or 2, or you do 3 at the same time. Okay, so this is a quick overview of this about this program with ISQA. And of course, here I mentioned the Arab SME Summit. So our colleagues in Jordan are aware of this event. So at the end, in late October last year, so ISQA invited hundreds of SMEs to this event. And among them, we have the 100 SMEs of this program. So it's a networking event, and also people will have opportunity to meet other entrepreneurs and to learn about the opportunities in the MENA region. Okay, so now I would like to mention or present the 3rd example from of our work in the MENA region. So this is what we call actually the Ecom Connect hubs. So the thinking behind this is actually to further scale our response. We are looking to embed our presence in key countries with which we have developed strong relationships and expertise through the creation of the Ecom Connect hubs. The hubs act as a focal point for the support of local enterprises, a point of liaison between ITC, okay, in Geneva, the Ecom Connect program, and its partners. And these hubs are attached to a local institution. So the hubs offer our local partners, including institutions, a mix of online and offline resources to support the development of e-commerce in their country through capacity building, networking events, and shared solutions on e-commerce. So this year, we are deploying the first hubs in Tunisia and Nicaragua in Central America. So we selected Tunisia because it's a key country for ITC. We have so many projects in Tunisia, so this is why we selected the country. So the Ecom Connect hub fits within this big framework of as I explained, the capacity building component, okay, and access to markets, access to payment solutions, digitization, access to platforms, access to finance, and also we are looking to tackle other key pillars like the policy and institutional development and connectivity. So, as I said, we started this program in 2 countries, and for example, in Tunisia, we started this year. So this is a pilot, actually. So I will present the 3 activities that we are currently implementing in the country. So this is just a pilot. Of course, we are looking to do more activities and to help more SMEs. Okay. So one of the first activities is what we call an e-commerce training program for representatives of Tunisian business support organizations. So here we selected 28 representatives from ministries, from chambers of commerce in Tunisia, and we trained them on e-commerce. So this training is specific. It's not like the training that we used to do to deliver to SMEs or to e-commerce advisors. This training is for institutions. So the objective is to help them understand e-commerce and how to respond or to to SMEs. Let's say they are in Chamber of Commerce, they receive an SME asking about online opportunities of e-commerce, so they know what is e-commerce. They can they can say, okay, you have to go to La Poste, you have to go to see this person. You see what I mean? So it's a program that aims like to build this awareness and understanding and how to deal with requests from SMEs on e-commerce. So the closing ceremony took place last week. So you can see in the photo. So and of course this program is in collaboration with the Ministry of Commerce and Trade, and the events are hosted at CPEX. Okay. So yeah, so this is first activity. The second activity is actually is about organizing 6 e-commerce events during the second half of this year. So we already organized the first event, Vendez vos créations en ligne, maximisez votre potentiel avec le e-commerce in May. So in collaboration with the National Crafts Council and the Hub Design Denden. Okay. So it was a successful event, and we are looking to have other 5 events on topics, on e-commerce topics. Okay. And then the third component of this program is what we call this is an online training program on e-commerce for 40 SMEs. So this is a self-driven program. We have built an online a training module. So SMEs will complete this this training program online, but in the same time they will benefit from collective coaching sessions. Okay, so we have like 3 main courses. So during each course they have several topics. They can if they have questions, they can ask the trainers, and then at the end of the course they have collective coaching sessions to answer the questions. And actually, this is the link. You can see if you would like to hear or to see what we do in this hub. So this is the link, hubs.ecomconnect.org Tunisia/enregistrement. Okay, so as I said, this is a pilot program. We started with small activities, and we are looking to really increase our support to institutions and SMEs in Tunisia, and also in why not other countries in the region. Okay, so now maybe quickly I will talk about our work in other regions. So as I mentioned in the map, so we work in developing countries, South Med region, plus Africa, Latin America, Asian countries. So here we have 2 examples, 2 regional projects engaging SMEs in e-commerce. Both are EU funded. So the first one is the EU funded the Ready for Trade Central Asia. It covers 5 countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan. So we trained more than 200 SMEs and connected them to markets domestically, regionally, internationally through digital channels. Okay. So we have another EU-funded women and e-commerce program in Central America. It covers 6 countries, same program, training and supporting women-led SMEs from artisanal sector and connected them to international markets through digital channels. And of course, during the programs, we built a network of e-commerce advisors. We certify them, okay? And of course, the relationship continues, okay, in other projects, and they act as, e-commerce advisors in their countries. Other initiatives, creating market linkages with Europe through digital channels. For example, we have this interesting work with this platform called ForSource. We are working with them to connect Central Asian and MENA garment producers with with the European online sourcing platform. So we support them to trade via this platform. So the platform that targets mainly the EU and North African markets. You can see another example from the Philippines. Work with Philippine coconut businesses to export to the EU. Okay, with the EU-funded Arise Plus project. This is ongoing. Other initiatives, we work also on the digitalization of the supply chain. We implemented a pilot in Rwanda last year. So we worked with women-led SMEs to improve digital assets and branding. We also piloted the digitalization of the supply chain of Nova Coffee from farmer to roaster with a company called Farmer Connect. Also, other examples, for example, here you can see we work with DHL and eBay Pioneer, supporting SMEs with digital trade through eBay in collaboration with payment and logistics providers. Other examples here, this is a recent program with the ICC supporting MSMEs and cross-border trade and adoption of digital tools. So with Google and ICC, we launched a program to strengthen the capacity of 1,000 MSMEs from 10 Asian markets, okay? And other examples, strengthening inter-regional collaboration. Here we opened the regional artisanal empowerment hub in Central Asia to increase inter-regional collaboration for the creative good sector, train artisans on product development, provide digitization and fulfillment services. And here the study tour in Dubai took place recently, a conference for 60 policymakers and ecosystem players from Central Asia to debate how to harness the potential of e-commerce in the region. So it was a study tour in Dubai. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdullah. Very rich presentation, a lot of tools available for SMEs and supporting organization as well. So we start with the session question and answer from my left side, Dr. Nermin.
Thank you very much for a wealth of information, very valuable. I have 5 quick questions. Number 1, with respect to the database of eCom Connect. Okay. And the synergies between other programs like the EEN, the Enterprise Europe Network. Also, the first strategic question is about the synergies of the databases, because yesterday we learned about the Italian model, very important for the SMEs. One important takeaway, the information, knowledge is a very important tool. And also it does not matter who would support the SMEs. At the end of the day, it is about my first question about the synergies between the databases of the eCom Connect and other similar initiatives. The second question, regarding how do you overcome or how do you help SMEs to overcome the cross-border NTMs? Of course, also it is with the less hurdles on the e-commerce, but still exists, the NTM cross-border. Number 3, you mentioned Africa Marketplace Explorer. If you can shed some light about any before or after in the implementation of the Africa Marketplace Explorer? Number 4, the credit risk. Do you help the SMEs? Because again, the e-commerce could be faced with some credit default and credit risk. Do you collaborate with the credit guarantee risk companies in the region? And my last question would be the KPIs of performance, KPIs. You are providing really huge and very beneficial services. But what about the impact? I mean, having the capacity building, having the services, having the certification, training of trainers, all are very important. But the quantification of the impact, because at the end of the day, again, resources are very limited, and many of those projects are EU funded and ESCO funded. For definitely all of us, we need to, for you and for us, learning process, how to make sure that the impact is really there for those countries.
Thank you. Je vais profiter moi aussi pour une petite question.
Okay.
We saw that you work with almost 3,000 companies, SMEs, all the. Okay, depending, would like to know, how do you select company at country level? How do they come direct to you? Do you have supporting national organization who will help you to select company to benefit of the program? This is the question.
Okay, I think I have 6 questions. So I can start with these questions, and then we can take, of course, other questions. Okay, I will start with the last one. How do we select SMEs? So actually, it's based on a case by case, situation. So, for example, okay, let's take the ISCO funded project. So, okay, they come to us as an implementing partner. They said we want to digitize 100 SMEs. So we created the call for an application, online application, and then it was open to all MENA countries, and SMEs apply. So the criteria was like people like who have registered business. They have like human resources, 1 or 2 focal points, people available to work, because it's it's a program based on training and coaching, so they have to have a focal point because we will train them. So someone who is available. And for example, in the case of e-commerce websites, we make sure that the company is willing and has at least like a local an internal person who can manage the website, an IT resource. Okay. And regarding, for example, in this project, the sector, so we when we talk about e-commerce, it's like a channel. So for us, basically, we can work with everyone, services or products. From the moment that you have a product or a service which is competitive and can be sold, or locally, internationally, we can support you to sell. It's a process. So yeah, so for in this project, the sectors were not defined. So if the person is there, motivated, willing to sell online, we work with them. This is the first case, first situation. Second situation, for example, I mentioned, I was talking to my colleagues in Jordan. We have projects called GTEX Minatex project. So the project supports textile SMEs and garments SMEs in Jordan. So in this project, so we know the project, how it was built is to support specific SMEs, specific sectors. Okay. So in this project, there is an e-commerce intervention. Okay. And so we are supporting like 20 companies from the group, those who are interested in e-commerce. So it's a specific sector because the project was designed this way. Okay. So yeah, so it gives you maybe an idea. So it depends from the criteria, like of the donor. Of course, we'll say, okay, it's okay, an open project, or we are targeting a specific project. For example, the Wi-Fi project. So women-led SME. So the SME should be owned by, I think, the share of the women should be 51%, or the CEO is a woman. Okay. and they said at least 5 employees. So we managed to negotiate and to this criterion, because it was difficult to find eligible SMEs having more than 5 employees. We discussed with the World Bank, we decreased the number to 1 or 2. So we accept both like SMEs having more than 5 employees and individual companies. So so we respond to different needs, so it could be a project designed to support textiles or artisans, or it could be a general project targeting anyone. Okay, so KPIs of performance, important question. So we have many layers. So the first layer is we see it actually by we see the SMEs at the end of the intervention. We see that they have a strategy. They say, okay, they're happy, they're satisfied. They rewrite their value proposition. They have good company, description. They have photos. So it's a capacity, it's a knowledge. So this is the first layer. Okay, they are there, so they know how to do e-commerce. They have to manage a seller account. They have how to they know how to manage a website. E-commerce aspects. And then you have a second layer, which is actually the transactions, like sales. Okay, sales in the local market through marketplaces or websites. So we can measure actually after 3 months or 6 months or 1 year the sales. Okay, in terms of items or in terms of monetary. Okay, thousands or dozens of dollars. Okay, and maybe then there is a third layer, which is long-term creation of jobs, sustainability, the contribution to to the economic contribution in their village or the country. So this is so the first layer, the second layer, we capture them all the time in our project. So the third one is more like long term, but we monitor that as well. Credit risk. So actually, at ITC we have different departments, different teams. So in some projects, let's say let's say we can have a projects where you have Ecom Connect, you have Elodie and her team. You have, you have finance, you have, different teams working on different topics, quality, packaging. So this is a topic that is, tackled by another team at ITC who works with, this issue. So from, the perspective of the team, so this is not really an immediate, because it's not really our, area of expertise. So we have other colleagues, and in some projects we have a systematic approach where we, market research, e-commerce, packaging, quality, and finance. Africa Marketplace Explorer. So as I said, so it's you will see. I invite you to create profile, to visit Ecom Connect, create a profile, and then you click on tools, you click on the Africa Marketplace Explorer, and you will see it's very easy to use. You have just to click on the country and see the marketplaces. If you want, we can have later in the bilaterals, or we can discuss. I will show you how it works. And I said we have African African version, and we have Latin America, and we are working to develop cover other regions as well. How to cover e-commerce MTN? I think this is the question is not only related to e-commerce, because when a product reaches customs, they don't make, I think, a difference between e-commerce or non-e-commerce. So it's in some countries, but it's new they have developed some legislations. We use the tools of our colleagues. For example, in the e-commerce strategy example that I mentioned in this unit, we use the tools like Trade Map and the other tools, and we explain to SMEs, okay, let's say they don't have an international experience, and like I think our colleague from Palestine was showing, like the barriers. So we do like the same kind of demonstrations with SMEs, okay, and sometimes with LOD, we have common projects where maybe they work more in this aspect of trade regulations. So this is yeah. So this NPN, and then the question on the platforms. So I think our platform is different. It's not yesterday we saw the Italian platforms. So our platform is, as you can see, is for networking, where people can have access to e-commerce news. They receive newsletters, they receive invitations to trainings on e-commerce. So I mean, we, as IDC, as UN agency, we collaborate with everyone. But I think the objective of the platforms is this is maybe not really trade-centered platform. Is platform for e-commerce experts or SMEs to connect and have access to the tools, see access to trainings, to webinars. So I see them maybe as different platforms. Okay. So I think I answered the questions.
J'ai une question par ici. J'ai vu que vous interagissez très bien en français, donc je vais en profiter pour vous poser une question en français. Notre collègue avait parlé de ce qu'on appelle le cahier des charges par rapport aux entreprises à choisir. Est-ce qu'il y a aussi dans l'autre sens, cette fois-ci au niveau des offres de services que vous proposez, ce qu'on appelle une connaissance préalable des entreprises et des CPME? Donc, comment vous élaborez les programmes et les services que vous leur proposez? Est-ce qu'il y a ce qu'on appelle des études qui se font sur des marchés de ces entreprises, sur leurs préoccupations, sur les carences dont elles souffrent? Et un deuxième sujet qui est important, parce que quand on parle de e-business, e-commerce, il y a des préalables, il y a des problématiques qui touchent à le e-payment, la e-logistique. Et comment se font ces transactions, surtout au niveau de ces régions? Est-ce qu'il y a des facilitations? Y a-t-il des blocages encore? Et quel serait le volume d'affaires e-commerce au niveau de ces régions-là? Est-ce qu'il est en progression? Est-ce qu'il est stagnant, etc.? Voilà, je vous remercie beaucoup.
Donc, ouais, je vais répondre aux questions. Donc, concernant le cahier des charges, oui, c'est en fait, prenons l'exemple d'un projet classique. Donc, on arrive dans un pays, on commence d'abord par une phase inception phase. On parle à tout le monde, le gouvernement, le secteur privé. On essaie de comprendre ce qu'ils font. Même, des fois, on fait des études, par exemple, une étude en mapping, sorte de mapping sur les services logistiques, sur les paiements, sur les lois. Donc, avant d'aller et former les entreprises. Et puis, donc, il y a cette phase inception phase. Donc, si le projet est 100% e-commerce, bien sûr, on va se focaliser sur l'e-commerce. Parfois, c'est des projets plus larges. Ça couvre des problématiques plus larges. Et puis, au niveau de le curriculum, le contenu de la formation, nous, en fait, avec ce programme, on développe en fait la composante R&D, elle est recherche-développement, elle fait partie de ce qu'on fait. Donc, constamment, on développe, par exemple, des modules. Je vous donne un exemple. Maintenant, l'intelligence artificielle, c'est un sujet très important et qui a des implications très liées au e-commerce. Donc, en ce moment, au sein de l'équipe ITC à Genève, on est en train de réfléchir à développer une offre adaptée. Par exemple, aujourd'hui, on sait qu'on peut utiliser ChatGPT pour améliorer le editing, le contenu les messages marketing. Donc ça, constamment, en fait, sous les évolutions, on sait que c'est un domaine qui évolue rapidement, le e-commerce. Donc nous, on développe de façon permanente des modules ou des solutions adaptées à ces évolutions. Ou par exemple, là, j'ai mentionné l'exemple de la Tunisie, le hub. Donc là, par exemple, le programme de formation avec les PME. Donc, vous allez voir, en fait, les entreprises qui vont faire ce programme, ils vont voir, il y a une partie qui est générique du e-commerce qui valide partout, des principes valides partout. Il y a une partie tunisienne qui couvre, on va utiliser, on va parler des solutions locales, on va parler de la poste tunisienne, on va parler des services de paiement tunisiens. Par exemple, on va prendre en considération les éléments logistiques. Donc, en fait, il y a une adaptation du contenu selon le pays du projet. Donc, il y a une partie générique, il y a une partie spécifique au pays. Et puis nous, on reste, voilà, on écoute, on reste à jour, tout ce qui se passe, voilà, l'intelligence artificielle. OK, ça c'est un nouveau module en cours. Donc ça c'est pour la première question. Deuxième question sur les paiements, la logistique. Donc en fait, c'est un peu le mapping quand on arrive dans un pays, donc on parle avec tout le monde. Et puis, on essaie de comprendre les solutions disponibles. Des fois, on essaie de négocier. Surtout, nous, on a l'avantage, voilà, une agence onisienne. Donc, on vient, on parle avec tout le monde. Et puis, on essaie aussi d'obtenir des fois des tarifs préférentiels, par exemple, ou des facilités. Par exemple, dans le cadre du projet la Wi-Fi en Tunisie ou Liban, bah, on a parlé avec des marketplaces locales. On a dit, écoutez, voilà, c'est un projet pour aider les entreprises du pays, souvent des petites PME qui nécessitent beaucoup d'efforts. Ils ont nommé un point focal, OK, au sein des marketplaces. Ils ont fait des remises, par exemple, sur le fil, là, le coût en fait, sur la marketplace, il y a des fees. Ils ont baissé. Pour nous, pour les entreprises d'ITC soutenues par ITC, ils peuvent décider de baisser le rate là, sur la marketplace de 20% à 15% à 10%. Pareil, pour la logistique, on travaille, j'ai mentionné DHL, on a un partenariat avec DHL. Et puis, quand on arrive dans un pays, on parle aux acteurs locaux, on essaye de trouver des synergies, de voir ce qu'on peut faire. Bien sûr, nous, on n'est pas, en fait, dans une approche reinvent the wheel, comme on dit. Nous, ben, on est pragmatique, on voit ce qui existe, on essaye de matcher, de faire travailler les gens ensemble. Et voilà, on avance ensemble. Donc, voilà, c'est un sujet... voilà, je sais, c'est un peu complexe. Donc on fait ce qu'on peut avec, voilà, voilà. Donc, c'est ça. Oui. Oui, bien sûr.
Thanks, Abdel Basit, for this rich information. I just want to ask about the training session for the BSOs. How long does it take, the length of this program? And at the end of the day, when you provide the training materials or the training information, does it belong to the business support organization that you have give them the training, or there is some constructions or some constraints that provide the BSO to use this material? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So actually, the training for BSOs, for example, I mentioned the example in Tunisia. So actually, it's a discussion we can discuss with the BSO, and we can, based on their needs, the number of participants, and then we can define a program. So, for example, the example in Tunisia was a 6-month program. 2 days, I think 2 days per month, and then they have some webinars, and then in some trainings we invite SMEs. We have, kind of case studies. So actually, it's like we said in French, à la carte. So we discuss, we see it could be 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, based also on the availability of the staff. We know that the staff, for example, at JITCO, or they have the daily business. So we can agree on, it can be 1 day a week, or 2 days, or 3 days. It's based on the frequency. 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. So this is this is how the program looks. And so in terms of the materials, so it's a difficult question, but our materials are protected by IP. So it's the training methodologies and the training materials. So these are the property of ITC. So for example, when we work with sometimes in some projects we have our materials. So we say that in some cases you can use them, but you have the person should mention that this is the material of ITC. Okay, so this is I think one of the solutions. Okay.
Alors, ça fonctionne maintenant. I will switch in French because it's easier for me. Leïla Belkhiria Djeber, Chambre nationale des femmes chefs d'entreprise, syndicat du patronat féminin en Tunisie, membre de UTICA, structure de l'UTICA, Union tunisienne d'industrie, commerce, artisanat. Merci pour votre présentation qui est très, très intéressante. Je vois que l'ITC offre beaucoup d'outils par rapport à l'export. Et par rapport à moi, en tant que Chambre nationale de femmes chefs d'entreprise, que je juge connectée à ITC, l'information ne passe pas. Pourquoi? Parce que quand vous avez cité les différents programmes pour la Tunisie, je sais que c'est un projet pilote, ça n'arrive pas. Je ne vais pas vous donner cette responsabilité, juste je voudrais poser une question. Par rapport au partenariat, est-ce que vous vous limitez aux partenaires publics? Parce que vous avez cité le ministère du Commerce, l'Office national de l'artisanat, et le CEPEX. Voilà. 3 structures gouvernementales, publiques. Et croyez-moi que l'information, même si elle arrive par rapport au CEPEX, parce que je me rappelle que l'information est arrivée une semaine avant. Nous sommes 2200 femmes entrepreneurs. Si nous travaillons dans le genre, dans la discrimination positive, l'information ne passe pas. Est-ce qu'il y a possibilité, donc je reformule ma question, est-ce qu'il y a possibilité de partenariat avec l'ITC en tant que syndicat du patronat? Voilà. Et croyez-moi que je rejoins mon ami du Maroc. Vous aurez beaucoup d'informations parce que, en ce qui concerne la Chambre, nous faisons tout le temps des études par rapport aux besoins des femmes entrepreneurs, ce dont elles ont besoin pour l'export et ce dont elles ont besoin comme outil numérique, et c'est actualisé. Et on a beaucoup à donner par rapport à ces informations qui sont faites avec des expertes tunisiennes certifiées ITC. Le 3e point, quelles sont les dates par rapport aux prochaines sessions en Tunisie? Et est-ce qu'au niveau des programmes, vous avez anticipé un encadrement qui dépasse les 6 mois d'entraînement? C'est-à-dire, est-ce qu'il y a online une assistance par rapport au coaching des entreprises, sachant que les obstacles et les problèmes pour l'export ou pour l'utilisation de e-commerce émergent souvent lors de l'utilisation de la plateforme ou de la mise en place du produit online. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a une assistance post-utilisation de votre plateforme ecom.org? Merci. Ecomconnect.org.
Merci. OK. Donc, les partenariats, donc, comme j'ai dit, nous, en tant qu'ITC, Agence des Nations Unies, on travaille avec tout le monde. Donc, on invite tout le monde, on parle avec tout le monde. C'est juste, il y a une petite subtilité, en fait, dans nos projets, on fait ce qu'on appelle l'ancrage institutionnel. Donc, on a un projet, donc, souvent, en fait, on est en quelque sorte, parce qu'en fait, il faut comprendre aussi l'origine des projets. Souvent, c'est des requêtes des pays, en fait. Un pays qui, par exemple, qui veut aider un tel ou tel secteur, il fait une requête, et puis il y a un financement qui arrive, et puis il y a une implémentation de projet. Donc, il y a cet ancrage institutionnel, mais il ne signifie pas que les travaux ou c'est exclusivement réservé à l'institution publique. Ce n'est pas le cas, c'est juste que c'est un vis-à-vis, on va dire. Donc, nous, dans le cadre, par exemple, de cette initiative, on a signé un MOU avec le ministère du Commerce en Tunisie. Voilà. Et puis, pour que les événements auront lieu dans le CEPEX, mais pas que. Par exemple, l'événement que j'ai mentionné, il a eu lieu dans le, comment on appelle ça, Denden, il s'appelle Hub Design Denden. Voilà, par exemple. Donc ça, c'est la première question. Donc, les partenariats avec le secteur privé, oui. Donc, nous sommes ouverts. Donc, comme j'ai mentionné déjà dans nos expériences dans les autres projets, dans le cadre du projet Wi-Fi, ben, on a travaillé avec des marketplaces locales, par exemple Jumia, Little Jneina. OK, on a des conventions, par exemple, ils ont offert aux entreprises une réduction. OK. Donc moi, je vous invite vraiment dès aujourd'hui, on peut collaborer, vous pouvez contribuer à le Ecom Connect Hub en Tunisie avec grand plaisir. C'est à aucun souci. Et même là, vous voyez, en fait, là, il n'y a pas d'écran, mais en fait, on a mentionné les 6 événements e-commerce. Je serais ravi vraiment de co-organiser 1 ou 2 événements avec vous et avec d'autres institutions privées ou publiques. Donc, les thématiques de ces événements, on ne les a pas encore définies. Donc, on a juste le premier événement sur la création.
Donc, excusez-moi, je vais désigner un focal point, Chambre nationale des femmes chefs d'entreprise avec vous.
Oui.
C'est-à-dire une personne qui sera totalement en
Oui.
contact avec
Oui,
vous.
oui. Oui, et on peut définir ensemble un thème. On peut même l'organiser au sein de votre, dans les locaux voilà, dans vos locaux. Voilà, donc, comme j'ai dit, nous sommes ouverts à la collaboration. Donc, oui, les prochaines étapes, après, en fait, c'est la formation, donc, comme j'ai dit, donc c'est un programme, donc c'est des modules en ligne. Donc, les gens ils vont se connecter, ils vont faire suivre un cours en ligne. Et puis, à la fin du cours, donc, il y aura des sessions de coaching. S'ils ont des questions sur le contenu du cours. Voilà, donc c'est un premier module, et puis un deuxième module. Et même, pendant le module, il y a des experts qui peuvent répondre à leurs questions. Voilà. Donc, après, vous parlez des prochaines étapes. Donc, justement, en fait, ça, c'est un projet pilote cette année. En fait, il y a aussi cette question de financement pour maintenir ce qu'on fait. Donc, nous sommes aussi dans une phase de recherche de financement, pour maintenir le hub et, comme j'ai dit auparavant, élargir le scope, faire plus de choses. Donc, c'est aussi une question de financement. Donc, si on arrive, par exemple, conjointement avec nos collègues au ministère du Commerce à trouver des sources de financement, il y aura plus de choses l'année prochaine, certainement, et même dans d'autres pays, s'il y a un intérêt ou voilà, un financement. Voilà, donc, voilà. J'espère que j'ai répondu aux questions. Okay.
Hi, good morning. So this is Nisreen Deep from Lebanon. I'm the director of a business support organization that support women entrepreneurs in the country. I'm happy and sad. I'm happy and sad at the same moment. So I'm happy because this is a great initiative. And it's thank you for the presentation. I'm sad that I was checking your website. Happily, I found a lot of entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs from our pool of members as LLWB. And we supported these entrepreneurs like Atelier du Miel, Rashan Dries, Jar Thuraya. We've been supporting those entrepreneurs since years. What I'm sad about is that in your list of partners on the website, I didn't see that you are partnering with local partners. And this is something very important. I'm second maybe here Leila's comment, because we have the pool of women entrepreneurs. And each business support organization in the country, I'm talking about Lebanon, we have our own programs for the e-commerce, and we've been working a lot on the training content. So it's very good to partner with an international initiative to accelerate our experience and to share also our experience with the ITC. So I'm very sad seeing the World Bank and everything, except for example, I'm not talking about LLWB, but we are the perfect organization to partner with, but even other organizations in the country, especially for women entrepreneurs that you didn't partner with. So really, I'm not sure how this initiative passed through Lebanon and to our entrepreneurs without us as civil society organization and business support organization, because usually we partner with ITC Trade in many workshops as a business support organization to support our entrepreneurs. Noting that I received this email in April 2022, I was scrolling throughout my emails from the World Bank announcing about this initiative after it was done. So I don't know how this was done. And for the future, it's very important that you partner with local partners, because we know our people, we know their challenges, we know our country better than anyone else. This is the first. And the second, I want to ask a few about maybe a future plan. I've seen in the list of partners as well, DHL and eBay and others. Do you have, like, for the people or for the entrepreneurs who are success stories out of this program? Because you said you have some KPIs, you follow up after 6 months, for example. For those who have proven good numbers after 6 months? Do you provide or you facilitate any partnership with those like eBay and DHL if they want to export? Do you do any discounts for them? Because this is we are trying to do locally in the country by mobilizing the private sector and the stakeholders, for example, for the women entrepreneurs to get some discounts in the I don't know, delivery companies, for example, locally. And number 3 is an added point about number 2, because another thing that is needed for the entrepreneurs is to provide those platforms like Amazon, like Alibaba, or any other similar platform to post their products and to get them sales, which is part of the e-commerce, I assume. So you are being connected internationally to those platforms. So I guess you should establish in the future partnership and to facilitate those entrepreneurs posting their products. We are doing it in the MENA region as Lebanon and as LLWB, and we post it on multiple platforms in the GCC area. But going internationally, these entrepreneurs, they deserve to be to list their products on the international platforms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. On partnerships. So, like I said, for example, let me take the example of this project. Wi-Fi project in Lebanon. So as I said, the project, we are an implementing partner. So the project design was done by the World Bank under the Wi-Fi initiative. So, and they said, IDAL is your, is kind of, the local partner. So, as ITC, it's, it's a framework, there is, it's a project designed in a certain way. But then when we were recruiting the SMEs, there was a link which we distributed to the people that we know, our networks. There is two local hubs, for example, Flat 6 Labs, or so we try, and also the World Bank did the same thing. So they tried, really to disseminate this link, the application link to in the country, and even us, for example, with our pool of advisors, we selected advisors representing different, different businesses, independent consultants or people working with tech hubs. So, I mean, we did our best. Of course, I mean, sometimes there are things that, are unnoticed in a country. There is a program. Sometimes it's noticed. And let me also remind you that as ITC, we don't have local presence, like, for example, with the World Bank or GIZ, they have local offices in countries. So their outreach, maybe capacity is bigger. So for us, maybe it's more challenging. Of course, we do our best. We reach out to everyone and we accept everyone. Yeah, so this is.
May I add something about
sure.
this partnership before we close that topic and we move to the other one? So you are training in your platform businesses to do the market analysis in a way or another, or to explore the market, to do the e-commerce, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing for that initiative is to explore the market in the country who are doing the same initiative. So this is what I expect. For example, there is an e-commerce. I go, I see which organizations or in this country are doing e-commerce training, because if there is one problem in this world, or at least in our countries, is the lack of partnership and to duplicate the work. We don't want to duplicate the work. We want to collaborate and to partner. So it would have been, I'm not saying ITC, whether your local partner, IDAL or World Bank or others, that's to do a market research in the country, which organizations are doing e-commerce trainings. So you know why? Because now I want to introduce the platforms to my entrepreneurs, yet I'm having my own content. So we're gonna find a way, definitely, because this is very interesting, but this is for the partnership wise. You should go maybe more specific in terms of picking partners who are doing the same thing that you are already doing, just as a comment.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question was about partnerships with logistics and payments providers. I think DHL, you mentioned eBay. Yeah, so, you know, the thing here, it's also, it depends on, you know, the project, the location of the project. So I mentioned some examples, for example, in Latin America or in Central Asia, we managed to have, you know, these effective partnerships with eBay and DHL. And SMEs are benefiting from the discounts and from preferential rates and support. You know, it's, you know, the world is, you know, we have, you know, different situations in different countries. For example, I take the example of Tunisia that I know very well. For example, people that cannot use PayPal. It's the World Bank, it's the central bank, you know, they should, I mean, you know, change the legislation to allow people to use PayPal or other payment solutions. So as ITC, okay, if I see the central bank, I will tell them, because I represent SMEs. I work with SMEs, I know their problems. Okay, in my role as an advisor, okay, as ITC, as UN, okay, I go, I say, okay, SMEs in this country, in Tunisia, they want PayPal, they want access to payment solutions. Please do something. So this is what we do. I mean, the concerns, we hear the concerns, we take them to the decision makers, okay? Yes, and then the partnerships, I think you mentioned Alibaba and other platforms. Yes, I mean, we have a partnership. We signed an MOU with Alibaba. We have a partnership with Alibaba. There is also a training program. I invite you to visit the website. There are also recordings and the webinars with, you know, with people from Alibaba. So, you know, it's, we do our best. When there is an opportunity, we go and we, you know, here we have an MOU. Sometimes you know, we have, you know, discount, or we have a long-term partnership. And also our work is based on projects. So let's say, okay, we are in a country and then you have a project, 1-year project, you know, and then, you know, sometimes it's also difficult this is why l'ancrage institutionnel, you know, the role of institution to maintain and, you know, the e-commerce experience and the tools in the countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdelasset. Any other question?
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je vais profiter, je vais parler en français. Amine Bardouche, chef de division stratégie et gouvernance à Maroc PME. Alors, vous avez parlé tout à l'heure du programme Wi-Fi déployé en partenariat avec la Banque mondiale au Liban et en Tunisie. Ils ont comme objectif plus ou moins 150 entreprises. Alors, je vous informe comme quoi au Maroc, aujourd'hui, on a lancé le même programme avec un objectif ambitieux. Je pense 1000 ou bien 1500 chefs d'entreprise, femmes chefs d'entreprise comme objectif. Et je veux savoir, est-ce qu'il y a possibilité de nous donner comment vous avez déployé ça au niveau de 2 pays et comment vous assurez le suivi des chefs d'entreprise accompagnés dans le cadre de ce programme et quelles sont les recommandations, les principales recommandations. C'est ça, merci.
Très bien, merci pour la question. Oui, bien sûr, en fait, c'est un sujet un peu technique. On peut en parler, je pense, pendant les bilaterals ou après la pause. Oui, avec plaisir, je vais vous donner les grandes lignes ou comment faire. Oui.
Très bien, donc, so if there are not any other question, we can go to lunch. And as told before, we will have 2 tables. One table will be Elodie, the other table Abdelasset. And so you can choose one of the 2 programs. Of course, maximum 2 persons per delegation, because there are small tables of 10 people. So have a good lunch. I'll see you later.
Okay. Just have a small announcement for tomorrow for the pickup. Okay. So the driver will be here 2 hours and 30 minutes before your flight. So just be at the front desk, and the driver will pick you up. Okay. I know, because tomorrow everyone will be asking me, where's the pickup? What time? So just let you know, 2 hours and 30 minutes before, he'll be waiting for you at the front desk. Okay. It's 30 minutes to the airport, 2 hours before your flight. Okay? Late checkout? I can ask for the late checkout, of course. I will. Okay. Simple. Simple. Tu m'en parles. C'est Christophe qui me les a. Et c'est ce qu'il m'a envoyé ce matin. Oui, c'est le matin. Ah bon? Ok. Mais pourquoi tu peux la mettre ici sur la... Ok, on commence avec Oudé alors. Ok. Oudé? Carlos, presentation, Jordan, please. Put on. On va envoyer la présentation du Maroc. Pas celle-là.
Yeah, okay. So I will give you. I will open this.
Yes. Okay, so I think we're ready.
Okay, welcome back. It's difficult after lunch, to restart, but we have one of the most exciting sessions that we'll have. Just very brief background on what we will be talking today. First, we are talking about digitalization, because we are talking about fintech, and fintech access to finance, and access to finance in gender lens, meaning that we know that women have a problem of accessing finance, and there are kind of visions and ambitions, and I would say dreams, that fintech will be inclusive and will solve the problem. Fintech equals inclusion. At the end of the day, when we studied that a little bit carefully, we realized that actually fintech could even widen the divide. Why? Because fintech is based on big data. Big data, this is data from the past. So actually, and then we'll have algorithm, and these algorithms are coded by male. Actually, the fintech industry is more male governed than the construction sector or the oil sector. Can you believe that? So there is definitely something that we wanted to address here, and to say, how can we really take it from a policy and regulatory perspective? Then we discuss with central bankers. We have the chance to have central bankers with us. We are very honored. But to tell you the truth, central bankers and banks tell you, no, it's gender neutral. Come on, fintech. Why to mainstream gender into fintech? Anyway, algorithm will be machines that will be working, and as Zuckerberg is confessing, we have lost completely the control on the algorithm of Facebook. So the algorithms that are coded now, okay, in 5 years' time, nobody will know what's in this algorithm. So we said, okay, we need first to raise the awareness of policymakers, regulators in the finance sectors, and banks, and new fintech companies, that yes, we need to think gender when we are talking about fintech. And so this should be reflected in policies. We know that all the countries in the South Med have their national financial inclusion strategies. So we took a look at these financial inclusion strategies, and yes, of course, gender is mainstream in some ways, but we thought that yes, fintech should deserve a greater, to take a deeper look at it. And this is why we started with Professor Amira Kadour, a study, okay, that we disseminated, and that showed that yes, there is a long way to go. And we tested also the result of the study and recommendations with development partners, who are not that aware, by the way, of the fact that fintech should be also seen from a gender lens. So so we developed an action plan that is not an action plan to make the revolution in the fintech industry in the 10 South Med countries. No, because we don't have this ambition. As you know, we are a regional program. So we are taking the regional lens, asking ourselves what kind of activities we could implement at the regional level that would make particular sense. Why raising awareness on fintech and gender in 10 countries, repeating the same stuff, while we could do that from a regional perspective? And as ITC was telling us this morning, okay, train trainers. And so we have developed a set of activities that we would like to present to you. But before that, we are very lucky to have 3 speakers today who will talk about their vision, the national financial inclusion strategies, and how they take that. Following that, we present the action plan, then we'll discuss. And then for this back, the SBA coordinators will have a small meeting at the end of the session. Okay, so thank you very much, ladies, for being here. I didn't dare sitting with you because I thought it would be. So I read it, yeah, but I read the Ibtisam and I want to say Huda, so there is a kind of conflict in my brain. Huda, okay, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Christophe, to give us the opportunity to talk about like the fintech industry, especially like in our regions, as well as to talk about the financial inclusion strategies in our country. My name is Huda. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Busy Crowd. Busy Crowd is a crowdfunding platform, equity-based, the first one in Jordan. Thank you for this opportunity, and I will start now. Now, sorry. Bees, B from B. Do you know the B? It's crowdfunding, yeah. It's B, the crowd B. No, it's okay. Okay. I will talk first about like financial inclusion strategy in Jordan. The first strategy was launched in 2017 for 2080, and this okay, fine. It's open. Okay, fine. The first inclusion strategy in Jordan was published in 2017 for 2018-20, and it was about like, okay, I'm sorry, okay. It was about like 3 main pillars. The strategy covered 3 main pillars. The first one is SMEs finance, microfinance, digital finance services. In addition, the strategy covered cross-cutting area as well as regarding to the law, regulation, instruction, financial consumer protection, financial capabilities, data and research regarding to cybersecurity and technology and financial technology as well. The National Financial Inclusion Strategy achieved, and we are so happy about that, the financial inclusion, to increase the financial inclusion regarding to women gender lens, and finally succeed in enhancing financial inclusion in Jordan to reach like 50% and reduce the gender gap to reach like 29 at the end of 2020. Last year, the central bank launched like a report regarding the achievement of the past strategy. And the financial strategy 1 that will cover like 2023, 2027, it will be launched at the end of this year, which is expected to be announced at the end of the last quarter of this year. Okay, fine. Okay. The new strategy introduced a new pillar such as saving and insurance with the objective of increasing its comprehensive and ensuring that cover all financial services and the products provided by banks and other financial institutions. The new financial strategy is composed of 4 main pillars: inclusive and responsible financing, saving insurance, payment and transfer services. These 3 pillars will facilitate introduction of responsible and sustainable financial services that are expected to achieve economic and social development in Jordan. The new strategy highlighted the importance of introducing green and sustainable financing, in addition to introducing financial products, services that serve all needs for refugees and women with an attempt, to bridge the gender gap related to access all financial services in Jordan. The new financial strategy is expected to introduce the national definition of women-owned and led businesses in order to properly channel that available funding to those businesses owned island by women in Jordan. We are happy that the government before COVID, understand the importance of digital transformation. So in order to improve the digital financial inclusion and support a digital economy through e-government, the Central Bank of Jordan recognized the need for innovation development in fintech industry in Jordan. It's also recognized the need to provide incentive for digitization. Therefore, the Central Bank launched the sandbox, regulatory sandbox, in 2019. The sandbox or regulatory support entrepreneurs seeking to incubation or accelerate their product or services, and ultimately test financial innovations and related technical solutions in a live market. Additionally, it helps the Central Bank in Jordan have a greater comprehensive of the risk and opportunity associated with the financial solution. As we see in the picture, the fintech industry was the main pillar of the strategy in 2017. That's mean the government adopt the new technology before COVID, and they understand the importance of the digital transformation or the new digital services related to fintech industry before COVID. Our initiative divided in 2 sectors, one of them related to government and the other related to the private sector. Regarding to the government, the central banks in Jordan launched Madfu'atcom. Madfu'atcom is a service, digital service for payments and billing. If anyone wants to use any service in government, he has to go to Madfu'atcom and pay through that. As well as the government launched Joback Company. Joback Company, it's a shareholder company, 50% owned by government, and the next 50% owned by the banks in Jordan. Joback developed several services and payments methods that help the whole banks and fintech industry in Jordan. As I mentioned before, the 3rd initiative from the government side was regulatory body, or the Reg box. That's me, regulatory body inside, or sandbox inside the central bank. Under the Joback, or the private company, we are happy that 2 days ago, Crown Prince Al Hussein opened Join. Join is the first incubator in Jordan to accept the whole ideas related to fintech solution inside Jordan, as well as Joback Company starts to make an MOUs with several universities in Jordan to publish culture of fintech, as well as to spread the culture of using digital fintech services spread among the community. The 3rd initiative by Joback, it's about ABI manual. ABI manual, it's a tool that could be integrated in any websites and facilitate the payments, the other issues, and unify the whole terminology in fintech industry in Jordan. As you know, the fintech industry, especially in developing countries, is emerging industries and unstructured now. So we need to unify this industry before related regulation, related the key players, as well as policies and the strategy. On the other side, from initiative from private sector, we have 2 banks that launched 2 accelerators, and one of them under the Arab Bank. There is an accelerator and investment called AB Accelerator and AB Investment VC. Al-Ahli Bank as well, they have accelerator that they develop and accept the whole ideas really from the market, from the innovators or entrepreneurs in Jordan that they can apply through this accelerator and be incubator in a specific period to test and launch these products. Enabling and inclusive fintech industry regarding to women. In this slide, I tried to do my best to connect the whole key players inside Jordan related to fintech industry, VCs, even startups, the whole key players working in fintech industry, and ask them the three main key points that's important for women to be engaged to increase the inclusion, financial inclusion, as well as to engage more women to use services, especially as you know, there is like the whole percentage of women using digital or financial services in Amman or in the capital city. So we have to spread the culture in the whole country, not in so the main one is tailored capacity building and awareness program for women about the role of fintech as enabler for financial inclusion and women independency, executing awareness campaign about the programs and initiatives that are available in Jordan ecosystem and enable the fintech industry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Like funded entrepreneurial programs, competitions for women in fintech industry, provide internship opportunities for women in fintech companies, startup, especially for people or for women who study finance or in the field of finance, to have the experience on the real life that can enable them on the future to start their own business or even though to be part of the fintech industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Hudayra Webda. Hudayra Webda, co-founder of Peace Crowd and civil society activist from Jordan. Thank you so much for sharing with us key insights and some important idea how to foster and how to support the place of women, the role of women, not only as user, but as fintech founder. Now we will have the second presentation from Mrs. Ibtisam. So the next speaker is Mrs. Ibtisam Anzour from Bank Al Maghreb, Central Bank of Al Maghreb. Yes, thank you. Yeah, you switch the place. Switch, please. And I would like to say that after the presentation of these women here in the table, we will have a dialogue, a discussion, which will be moderated by my colleague Duja Gharbi, and would like to hear from you about the next steps related to the implementation of our action plan. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Amira, and thank you for the invitation and giving me the opportunity to share with you an update about the NFIS, National Financial Inclusion Strategy in Morocco. So it's going to be just an update, and it's going also, I will share with you an overview of what we're doing in terms of fintech. So what I would like to mention is that we are working on the finalization of the first phase of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. So we launched it in 2019, and now we're working on like the implementation of the remaining measures. So the first phase of the Moroccan NFIS will take an end by the end of this year. And so far we made a great progress, and we're almost like done with the ongoing actions, especially to prepare the building blocks of an enabling environment and ecosystem for individuals. And I mean by that rural population, women, youth, and also businesses, especially very small enterprises and startups. To give you an idea, I can say that the main achievements are first related to legal and regulatory reforms. So for the whole levers that are covered by the scope of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy in Morocco, we started by preparing this enabling legal and regulatory frameworks to make it more inclusive for the target population. So I have here as an example the microfinance. So we finalized the legal framework. We adopted a new law to extend the scope of microfinance in Morocco. We have microinsurance. So we adopted a new circular for inclusive insurance, crowdfunding as well, credit bureau as well, to extend actually the scope and make it more inclusive for banks to contribute to business and individuals' access to finance. The second area is related to digitalization. So innovation and digitalization represents actually the key word and the key catalyzer for the National Financial Inclusion Strategy and for financial inclusion as a whole in Morocco. For this purpose, we worked first in preparing this ecosystem for mobile payments, especially for payments. Also, we are working with the government and different relevant stakeholders for G2P payments, digitalization, which is important for innovation and then for fintech. We're going to talk about it. And we have EQIC. So we had adopted the regulatory and the provisions to make EQIC a reality in Morocco. And here today, it's only the role of private sector to make it like real, especially with the adoption of the trusted third-party platform that we have implemented in Morocco, and the partnership that was taken with the government and the banks and payments institutions. The third axe is related to communication and financial education. So the whole levers of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy rely on communication and financial education, just to work on the both sides, supply and demand side, and make the population ready to use and take advantage from financial services. So in terms of women, what I would like to mention is that women represent one of the target population of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. And for this purpose, we have specific measures for women-led businesses, particularly through supporting banking or banking sector and financial institutions to be more ready and to be enabled for gender-centered products design. For this purpose, we had a kind of partnership with international institutions to mobilize expertise in this area. And we worked through capacity building of banks as a first step to enhance the quality of sex disaggregated data and to share a common understanding and expertise in terms of product design for women-led businesses. What's really interesting, and it's an initiative that we are really proud of, is the dedicated national initiative for rural women economic empowerment that we managed to launch last year after 2 years of research regarding rural women social and economic status in Morocco. And based on the finding of this research, we gathered all the stakeholders and we built this ecosystem. and we worked with our partners in building this framework for rural women. Now we're finalizing the roadmap. It's a dedicated roadmap for this target population. And in parallel, we have launched a pilot experience for young entrepreneurs as a first step. So we started with some visits and interviews with a sample of rural women who succeeded to launch and concretize their business. So, yeah. And regarding fintech, what I would like to share with you is that fintech are not explicitly mentioned by the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, but they are indirectly targeted and covered through digitalization. As I mentioned earlier, it's a key driver of the strategy, and it's like we're preparing the environment for fintech. And to give you more clear idea, so payments institutions in Morocco represent the first fintech, especially in payment area. So we worked on strengthening their role in financial inclusion, especially in rural areas, through developing the network. So the central bank undertook several initiatives at legal regulatory level, but also we worked with the ecosystem and with our partners from the public and private sector, especially the Ministry of Trade, to start training and awareness raising for merchants and build this network. And here I want just to highlight the fact that when we analyzed the barriers to the development of the network, what came up is that for merchants, they're not aware of the advantages of mobile payment and digital payments. So it was important and obvious for us to start with training and awareness raising. And also we have these partnerships. We partnered with several stakeholders from public sector for social protection. So we're working in this area as an accelerator of digitalization in Morocco. And also we have regulatory adjustments. So we are like aware of the feedback from the private sector and the institutions. We hear from them and then we adjust. So we adopted actually the legal and regulatory framework 5 years ago, and since then we proceeded with at least two adjustments in the regulatory framework just to make it more enabling for mobile payments and digitalization. The insurance sector is as well mobilized in this area through encouraging innovation, and as the main achievement, I would like to share the creation of the innovative and insurtech unit within the insurance regulator to support innovative projects, collaboration with the ecosystem and the regulation. In terms of challenges, our research show that fintech ecosystem, of course, is still at the early stage of development. It's limited actually by the infrastructure, regulatory framework, customer behavior, which is really important, access to finance and investors. So I would like to highlight the role of customer behavior, because Moroccan as a citizen, especially when we talk about underserved and excluded population, they are cautious and they don't trust actually the financial sector, the formal financial sector. Recent initiatives supporting fintech startups. So the main one, and it's an achievement of the central bank, is the implementation of the one-stop shop within Bank Al Maghrib to give support and advice regarding Moroccan legal and regulatory contacts and licensing process. So we work with the interested companies and fintech to facilitate the process and make them ready to launch their solutions. And it helped and facilitated the emergence of new business models as parts of the payments value chain and beyond, like crowdfunding, nano credit, and so on. The second one is that besides this one-stop shop, we are exploring other levers to develop. Actually, we are tending toward developing an experimental approach. We are, since actually 2 years, we are working on exploring how MDBC can support financial inclusion in Morocco. So the central bank is open to any adjustments in this area. The third one, we launched recently a new project. It's related to Morocco fintech market's current state assessment in order to formulate a strategy for development. It's like an assessment of the current state of fintech landscape in Morocco. And then we're gonna be able to formulate relevant recommendations to accelerate the development of fintech ecosystem in the country. The last point is related to our suggestions in terms of how to enable an inclusive fintech industry. From our point of view, we recommend to work on raising awareness of policymakers regarding gender-sensitive and transformative approach in fintech industry. It's important. For example, what I can tell you is that in Morocco, yes, we are working on fintech, and we are like, it's like an ambition at national level. However, we don't link fintech with gender. So the main concern is that we don't want fintech to be an additional barrier that can widen the gender gap. So it's important to start with raising awareness of policymakers. The second one, partnerships, it's important, especially with civil society. It was mentioned this morning. So I am aligned with that. We started working with civil society in the rural women initiatives, and actually, believe me, it gave us a lot of insights. So civil society, universities, to stimulate women entrepreneurship in fintech industry and to stimulate research in financial inclusion area. And last and not least, peer learning at regional and international level regarding inclusive fintech industry. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Anzour from Bank Al Maghrib. Anzawi from Bank Al Maghrib, excuse me. And you have also now a very active association in fintech, the Morocco Fintech Association. So congratulations to all the work that you are doing. And now I will give the floor to Mrs. May Mahmoud from Egypt. Yes. Yeah. So, Mrs. Maya Abdel Fattah, General Manager, National Council for Women, Egypt. موجود. Yes.
No need yours.
You have your presentation. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay. So I'll present the journey of financial inclusion in Egypt. It started in 2017 with a high-level commitment from the president during the Alliance for Financial Inclusion Global Forum in 2017. So the president launched the Financial Inclusion Initiative. And actually, after this, a global pioneer initiative on financial inclusion for women was launched through signing an MOU between the Central Bank of Egypt and the National Council for Women. It's one of the pioneer agreements to be signed between the national machinery and the Central Bank of Egypt for financial inclusion for women. And after this, a lot of initiatives and programs for women facilitating women's inclusion in the financial sector and fintech started. So after this, we have there was launched the financial inclusion strategy, and there is a national program on financial inclusion for women in rural areas. It's called Tahwisha. Tahwisha is the Arabic word for saving. Yes, and I'll talk more about Tahwisha at the end of the presentation. Yes. We were trying to find a word that is near to women in Egypt. To everybody. Okay. Okay. So the financial inclusion strategy in large aimed to for the consumer trust and to feel safe in the financial sector, which is new to a lot of citizens in Egypt, and to also expand the financial literacy, building the capacity of bank employers and policymakers, so that the employers know how to deal with financial inclusion customers in all levels, starting from the micro startups to the medium and ecosystem. Encouraging the entrepreneurship and startups by providing non-financial services with the financial services as well, and ensuring an efficient infrastructure for that. Also facilitating the access to financial services and encouraging the integration from the informal sector to the formal sector. Also expanding the use of digital financial services within all sectors of the economy, and availing all segments of society and the customers' needs to achieve the sustainable growth and impact at the end. So so the strategy builds on the vision of and the objective of economic empowerment for all sectors of the society, actually through providing a fair, quality and affordable products and services. So initially so the customers feel safe to enter into the financial and the formal sector. It was built on 4 pillars: empowering consumer and raising the awareness, diversifying of products and services to address all financial and non-financial services, building an ecosystem for the startups, and availing digital services, financial services. To enable this to be achieved, so we have the regulatory framework, we have the infrastructure, and availing the sustainable finance and economic stability. How is fintech integrated into the financial inclusion strategy? It was through launching the fintech and innovation integrated strategy in 2019, which it was built on 5 critical components: the demand of the consumer, availing funding, the regulatory framework, building the capacity and talent, and the governance. It was drafted on 3 stages, or built on 3 stages. First of all, assessing the ecosystem, then putting the vision and the strategy, and then designing the roadmap. The roadmap, the fintech strategy roadmap was built on 7 pillars. The first one is putting the vision, which included 32 strategic initiatives, availing innovation fund of 1 billion Egyptian pounds for building the ecosystem and availing the infrastructure for the fintech and financial inclusion, creating a department and a committee including all stakeholders from the public, private sector, and civil society as well, including creating a regulatory sandbox and a fintech hub, which vision to be a hub for all startups for any solutions and any ideas for the fintech sector. As for the barriers that we envision for this sector, actually Egypt is one of the highest unbanked populations, standing at 67%. So the fintech will focus on the solutions for this, including payments, micro lending solutions. Fintech also can play a critical role in solving population-wide and SMEs and startups challenges. We have a clear lack of licensing framework and guidelines for the startups to enter into the formal sector. As for the need for the regional collaboration, so we see that the knowledge transfer is, we all talked about the importance of the knowledge transfer of practical successful models. We need practices on the ground that we can replicate, and startups and fintech startup solutions that we can be replicated, and also the ongoing assessment of the market and the ecosystem. So what are the initiatives that supporting fintech startups in Egypt? We have the Fintech and Innovation Hub, which is a platform for innovation. It's envisioned to be a globally recognized hub in the Arab world and Africa home to next generation financial startups, and to be a one-stop shop to enrich the experience of all stakeholders, bringing the public, private, and civil society institutions. The regulatory sandbox, which is a live testing environment for fintech innovators, developing new business models, and paving the way for faster and easier access to new financial solutions. We have also the fund. It's one of the largest fund in the Arab region and Africa, which is $150 million for availing an infrastructure for fintech startups and solutions. And another initiative, which is the Harif Tech Fintech Podcast, to raise awareness through episodes to transferring the experience of experts in this field. Yes, for the profession. Yes, yes. Other initiatives for inclusive fintech industry, we have the FinTechers Initiative for innovative financial solutions across all governorates. We have also the Women Techsters Initiative. It's a fellowship including skills learning with all areas for the fintech capacity building. Finally, we have the Tahwisha program, the national program, which I talked about at the first. Yes, it's I don't know if you're familiar with the Village Savings and Loan Association. Yes, so we took it from the basic box saving approach to the digitized application. It's with the Central Bank of Egypt, under the Central Bank of Egypt, and we the groups that were 20 women in each group with a facilitator, we turned them into a group account in the banks. So they started learning how to digitize their savings, how to lend in the account. We target rural women, marginalized women, so to raise, to turn their perspective and cultural norms into the idea of dealing with the banks. It was a challenge, but through the 52 weeks of the cycle of the Village Saving and Loan Association, it happened. We're targeting 1,200,000 women in all governorates of Egypt and 60,000 groups of the Village Saving and Loan Association. So we had a challenge with that, but it's up right now. And I have another thing that I want to the progress of the financial inclusion in Egypt and fintech. It reached actually $167 million in the first half of 2022, rising from 12 times compared to 2017. So actually, the transformation in financial inclusion in Egypt, it ran very fast, either through gender-based or through all the sectors of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Maya Abdel Fattah, General Manager, National Council for Women. We are really curious to know more about this Tahwisha app. As we know, savings group are really important in all the Arabic region. So moving from the traditional way of use to the digitization, this is really excellent. So after that, we will open the question and answers and also the discussion related to our action plan. But before, as you can see, our panel is really diverse. We had women from the private sector, but also with a background from the civil society, two ladies from policymakers, for Women Council and also the financial sector. Now we will move to hear from two ladies from the strike, if you want, organization and also a civil society. I will give the floor, first of all, to Mrs. Leila Belkhiriya, CNFCE, Tunisia. You can switch here. Okay, or it's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Ça marche. Je vais parler en français. En fait, on ne m'avait pas prévenu de préparer une présentation. C'est pour cela que je vais parler en français, parce qu'en français, j'ai la possibilité de vous donner pas mal d'informations, alors que quand je parle en anglais ou je fais une présentation en anglais, cela requiert une préparation à l'avance. Donc, je vais me représenter parce que depuis hier, je vous ai dit que je suis la Chambre nationale des femmes chefs d'entreprise, mais il est important de dire que la Chambre nationale des femmes chefs d'entreprise est un syndicat et non une association. Donc, nous sommes habilités à intervenir au niveau des politiques nationales et stratégies nationales. Nous avons été créés en 1990 et jusqu'à aujourd'hui, nous sommes 2200 femmes entrepreneurs, membres, répartis sur 24 gouvernorats tunisiens. La Tunisie est composée de 24 gouvernorats. Nous sommes multisectoriels, nous sommes nous sommes en fait deux structures, l'une des structures de l'UTICA à être composée de femmes entrepreneurs représentant tous les secteurs. Nous avons fait énormément d'études depuis 2012 à propos du cadre de l'entrepreneuriat féminin. Et avec toutes les études et tout ce qu'on a acquis comme expérience, nous avons décidé de ne plus présenter nos plaidoyers, nos politiques et tout ce que nous voudrions transmettre aux partis de décision que je vais étayer par la suite par rapport à une approche différente. Donc, c'est vrai que nous avons toujours l'approche gender lenses, c'est-à-dire regarder avec l'axe genre. C'est vrai que nous revendiquons l'égalité des chances pour l'accès au travail et pour la création d'entreprises, mais nous avons décidé de parler économie. Donc, nous présentons tout ce que nous faisons en Tunisie selon l'approche que nous sommes un des piliers du développement économique, un des piliers de la croissance économique, et que nous sommes et nous revendiquons une stratégie qui doit aller du top management politique qui est la présidence du gouvernement. Et depuis, on a changé de jargon, on a changé d'approche et nous sommes fiers de dire que depuis, on nous écoute. Donc, nous avons, à travers toutes les études que nous avons faites, nous avons établi une stratégie nationale dans la composante inclusion financière et un des piliers. Je vous cite les autres, c'est le cadre juridique, c'est les politiques nationales, stratégie nationale, c'est les structures de soutien, c'est le leadership féminin qui doit être inculqué dès l'école. Et l'inclusion financière, nous l'avons aussi présentée sous une autre forme. Vous savez qu'en Tunisie, la femme a eu tous ses droits depuis 1956, ce qui lui donne le droit de créer une entreprise et d'avoir son propre compte depuis 1956. Mais nous avons aujourd'hui, c'est-à-dire nous avons constaté en 2017 que la structure économique des entreprises féminines est très microscopique, c'est-à-dire que plus de 90% des entreprises féminines se composent maximum de 10 personnes. D'où l'importance d'avoir un financement en conséquence qui favorise le développement de l'entreprise. Et cela requiert une attention spéciale par rapport aux banques, par rapport aux mécanismes de financement, par rapport à la législation financière du pays. Pour avoir une entreprise dont le chef de file est une femme, qui soit d'un apport économique important, conséquent, avec une valeur ajoutée, nous devons avoir des produits financiers conséquents, c'est-à-dire des produits financiers, non pas comme il se passe en Tunisie, à travers des institutions de microcrédit, mais de banques classiques qui se tournent vers les femmes, non pas parce que c'est une exigence d'égalité des chances et de genre, mais parce que c'est une exigence de développement de la banque. La banque a un intérêt à se tourner vers ces femmes-là parce qu'elles représentent un potentiel commercial. La banque a intérêt à se tourner vers ces femmes-là parce qu'elles représentent une durabilité et donc une réponse à leur politique RSE et tout ce qui concerne le respect de l'environnement et tout ce que nous parlons aujourd'hui et qui fait un atout indéniable par rapport aux banques. Et à travers cela, nous nous sommes rapprochés du système bancaire à travers des partenariats avec des banques qui exercent sur la place, à travers un renforcement de compétences qui est très important, aussi bien dans l'inclusion financière que dans les fintechs. Et je vais par la suite arriver à la Banque centrale, au Parlement et aux structures de soutien. Donc, nous nous sommes rapprochés des banques pour leur dire, écoutez, donner des produits financiers destinés aux femmes, accorder des financements conséquents qui favorisent la création d'entreprises à multiples actionnariats, non pas avec une seule personne comme entreprise, des entreprises qui ont des financements très importants allant jusqu'à plus que $100 000 en tant que financement en capital, aller vers ces femmes-là pour les encadrer parce qu'il ne suffit pas d'avoir le crédit, mais il faudrait qu'il y ait un encadrement pour que ce crédit soit productif et vous ramène encore plus d'argent en tant que banque. Nous nous sommes rapprochés aussi de la Banque centrale parce que je ne voudrais pas revenir. J'ai constaté qu'à travers tous les pays qui sont passés, à savoir l'Égypte, le Liban, je pense la Jordanie et le Maroc, nous avons à peu près les mêmes approches au niveau des politiques des banques centrales, des institutions financières, etc. Sauf que nous, en Tunisie, le déclenchement s'est passé avec le Covid. Le Covid s'est passé parce qu'il a permis la digitalisation des compétences féminines. À travers le Covid, les femmes entrepreneurs ont compris qu'il fallait qu'elles aient des compétences digitales et donc on a fait beaucoup, nous avons une académie des femmes chefs d'entreprise, beaucoup de formations et nous demandons davantage de formations par rapport, parce qu'on ne peut pas utiliser les fintechs si nous ne sommes pas familiers avec les outils digitaux, c'est impossible. D'où un fondement. Je ne veux pas dire que nous sommes les meilleurs, mais nous avons entamé ce processus de formation et de renforcement de compétences de digitalisation pour aboutir à l'utilisation de la technologie au niveau des mécanismes de financement. Par rapport à la Banque centrale, nous nous sommes rapprochés davantage de la politique et la stratégie nationale de la Banque centrale qui a démarré par rapport au FinTech, d'où peut-être que tu me contrediras, mais c'est ça, je pense, 2017, en 2017, non pas en leur demandant de nous aider pour le déploiement du FinTech par rapport à la cible femmes entrepreneurs, mais en leur demandant à travers leur sandbox de mettre un quota de femmes entrepreneurs qui possèdent des startups qui font de l'innovation au niveau des fintech. Et le gouverneur de la Banque centrale, qui est très réceptif au niveau de tout ce qui est encouragement des femmes entrepreneurs, nous a promis qu'au niveau de l'output et au niveau des KPI, il y aura l'axe genre. Par rapport à la législation au Parlement, qui change beaucoup en Tunisie, mais quand même, nous ne perdons pas espoir. À travers le Parlement, nous sommes rapprochés pour mettre en phase les législations par rapport au crowdfunding. Donc, nous avons réussi à faire du lobbying pour qu'il y ait cette législation. Maintenant, nous sommes au niveau des textes d'application. Ce que je voudrais dire pour ne pas trop être longue et pour avoir un débat, par rapport à la Chambre nationale des femmes chefs d'entreprise et le syndicat du patronat féminin, pour nous, il y a plusieurs conditions qui doivent être, c'est-à-dire présents pour que ces fintech et ces solutions et ces mécanismes de financement, à savoir à travers le téléphone portable, à travers le moyen de paiement digitaux, à travers les services bancaires digitaux, soit une réussite et que nous ne soyons pas en décalage par rapport au gap qui va se retrouver, surtout quand on va se diriger vers l'export et surtout si on va se diriger, je répète et je redis, vers l'export, vers les pays africains à fort potentiel. Les fintech sont très importants pour les femmes entrepreneurs. Il est très important d'avoir l'information concernant les services de fintech qui sont proposés dans notre pays ou ailleurs. Il est très important d'avoir la formation pour ces femmes entrepreneurs qui feront usage de ces fintech. Il est très important aussi d'avoir une culture financière, commerciale et constituée de une partie très importante par rapport à la technologie. Et enfin, il est très, très important pour nous aussi que ces fintechs soient accessibles à la femme entrepreneur, simples à utiliser et surtout productifs, parce que c'est vrai que le terme est attirant et nous ne voudrions pas, en tant que femmes entrepreneurs, que nous ayons le même gap par rapport à l'utilisation de la technologie Internet ou du digital quand il y a eu l'avènement du digital et par la suite attendre qu'il y ait un Covid-19 pour nous remettre au diapason des entreprises qui sont ouvertes sur les marchés extérieurs. Je pense que les fintechs, c'est l'avenir par rapport aux startups féminines, par rapport aussi à l'économie. Mais ce que je voudrais vous transmettre aujourd'hui, j'ai été très heureuse d'être invitée. Je remercie énormément l'équipe de MED MSMEs de m'avoir donné cette opportunité. Mais ce que je voudrais vous dire, ne soyons pas avec des discussions qui sont renfermées. Aidez-nous pour que l'information à propos de ce thème soit vulgarisée et transmise à nos membres, à toute personne susceptible de pouvoir pousser vers l'avant les fintech en Tunisie. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Leïla, donc, la présidente de la Chambre nationale des femmes chefs d'entreprise, et on vous félicite pour l'initiative de la création d'une académie qui va donner donc des formations in person et online. Et donc, I will give the floor to Mrs. Nesrine Deep from LLWB. Yes.
So good afternoon. First, to begin with, I hope the men here are not bored speaking about gender inclusivity. Because whenever there is gender diversity and inclusion in the room, you see the men, they are busy and they are having calls and they just leave us alone. This is number one. Number two, you see? Even this is the second point is, I wish that on this table we had men with us. We should consider that. Because if we believe in gender diversity and inclusion, we need to bring men with us on the table to discuss the strategies and to believe in our mission and to help us. So we need you to support us. Yeah, okay. So basically, this is good now? Okay. So I'm going to say a few words about Lebanon and definitely the gender mainstreaming and diversion and inclusion in the country. So I was reading a bit also about the fintech industry in the country. And it's just for your info, I'm very impressed with the national strategies that Egypt, Morocco, Jordan have, and I've heard other countries as well in the MENA region. Unfortunately, we lack this in our country. We don't have a national financial strategy or a national fintech strategy or a national financial inclusion strategy in the country. We hope, and we will push as civil society organizations to have it in the near future. We hope that. But from what I was reading, like, you know that the situation in the country before 2019 is something, and after 2019 is something totally different. So let us talk about the bright side, which is before 2019, where Lebanon was ranking as the 3rd place after UAE and Egypt in the fintech industry. So we had 3 booming countries, and Akid, Monsieur Munir and Khalid, they know more than me in this, which is Blue Ring, Capital Banking, and PinPay. And they made a lot of shift in the fintech industry in the MENA region before 2019. And we had 28 startups and multiple programs supported by entrepreneurship, by the entrepreneurship ecosystem to support the fintech industry. Yeah. And I'm going to switch a bit about what we have in the country. As I said, there is no financial inclusion strategy or fintech. Thank you to Mr. Khalid. He just gave me a few things he shared with them about the central bank or the Banque du Liban in Lebanon, what they have done in terms of financial strategy and what they have tried to do. So with all of this effort, what I can say that gender inclusivity doesn't need words anymore. We need actions. And when we speak about actions, we need to believe in this mission, all of us here in this room and all the organization. Actions mean strategic actions. So we need a strategy with the support of all the stakeholders. We need actions based on that strategy that have financial inclusion, that have inclusion in the fintech or in the financial industries. We work with a lot of women entrepreneurs and women in tech as well. And those 2 topics, whether the tech topic or the financial topic, these are the 2 most booming topics in the world nowadays and since before even. So are we noticing that gender diversity and inclusion whenever we put a strategy or a program related to the fintech or to financial or the technical? No. What can we do? Yes, there is a lot of things that can be done here. Whenever we are giving loan, we're calling now the banks or the microfinancial institutions. Whenever we are providing loans, we need to consider gender. When you are providing loans for the entrepreneurs, you need to consider how many women per year, how many men per year. I'm not talking here about only women-led business, by the way, because there is something that I'm going to throw it now in the room, and I guess the men will agree with me. You can find a woman-led business with 1 woman employed out of 100 in her company, while you can find a man-led business who's employing a lot of women. So if we're gonna talk about the inclusivity in the workplace, we should maybe put other KPIs other than having shares being led by a woman. We should have multiple KPIs here. And those KPIs, when we select the businesses to support women entrepreneurs, we should consider them maybe to give them incentive. When you do a loan, even the man businesses, we can simply, when we are providing a loan for a man-led business, we can tell him from now till 5 years, if you get that percentage women on board of your organization, your incentive will be 5% less. Are the bank system support, do the bank systems support this idea? Do the financial institutions support this idea? So I'm just mentioning those examples that are really, these are simple actions, strategic actions for any institution who want to support gender diversity and inclusion. Back to the women in the rural areas and Tahwisha, sorry. I do agree with you because we work a lot with women entrepreneurs in the rural areas. Again, in the country, we need a lot of digital literacy and financial literacy support. Unfortunately, the infrastructure is an issue in the country, but we can work around. Like, you know, in Lebanon, we don't have electricity, we have a lot of generators. So always we have a solution for any problem we face. So yeah, this is you're laughing, but this is the resilience that khalas, we're done from it, yani. So when we're talking about women entrepreneurs in the rural areas or even in the capital, they need digital literacy, they need access to finance, they need financial literacy, but we cannot say, okay, there is a lot of opportunities for you and as women, go and approach them. No, they need to be upskilled. And in the last roundtable discussion we had in Belgium, we agreed that women should be supported on the technical level. Come in, we can have a look at the women in tech percentages in our countries. How much we are talking about metaverse and the cryptocurrency, and some entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, they don't know how to use Excel. So when we talk about inclusivity, there are multiple millions approach to be taken. We need to be gender responsive and not gender blind. So any now woman, man business or woman or any employer in general will tell you, I don't have any policies in my place that discriminate between men and women. Yes, they don't have written policies, but they don't have written policies to have the inclusivity in their companies and in their workplace. Two things should be done: pushing the financial institutions and the banks to have gender inclusivity policies within their workplace, within their actions, within their programs. And number two, pushing the tech industry and supporting and upskilling women in tech. These are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nasreen. And now I will give the floor to my colleague Douja Gharbi to moderate the discussion, question and answer session. D'accord. D'accord. Ça marche.
Okay. نجيب لك كاس tout de suite.
Okay, so I will present our action plan. I will try to make a very brief reminder related to the different steps that we have from the last quarter of 2022 until today. And after that, we'll give the floor to the discussion related to the implementation of this action plan and question and answer related to what the ladies were presenting. So the FinTech in Genderlands Action Plan. So the objective is to enable the creation of an inclusive FinTech sector in the Euromed region. The objective is that we would like to see or to have women not only as user, but really as founder. And this is the different steps. We have conducted a study during the first quarter of 2022, where we found some gaps and opportunity related to the situation in the South Med region, the opportunities in the European region, what kind of lessons we can learn. We come with some important value, which are, for example, networking, highlighting the importance of networking related to women associations, but also the importance of peer-to-peer learning from north to south and knowledge transfer and technology transfer. So our action plan was really validated during validation sessions, webinars and sense-making webinars. And now we had a first dialogue after after refining our action plan with Women in Business Association in the 50th of June, and after that potential resource partner meeting in the 15th of June, and we are progressing in making additional dialogue and partners during these days. We have an excellent news from the UAB and from the UFM. They would like to support this
action plan and to move forward to the real implementation of this FinTech in Genderlands action plan. Today we are in Rome conference and we would like to hear from you regarding how we can implement these 8 actions that I will try to present briefly. We have shared with you the full document. My colleague Duja will present the different priorities and the budget, and it's really a participatory approach. So what are really the rationales of this action plan? Okay. So the aim is really to support the use of FinTech to enable closing the tech divide, but also the access to finance divide. And we know that women will be really change makers, as they will impact not only their situation, but also the family. So our action plan support really achieving SDGs in general, but also these different SDGs. We have 8 actions. So the first action is really to create the EuroMed network for EuroMed for women in FinTech network based on the existing Women in Business Association, all Women in FinTech Association. The role is really to advocate, to raise their voices, to support the creation of inclusive policies and gender transformative policies. The second action is to mainstream the Genderlands during the FinTech conferences or the financial conferences in the region, where we would like to support the participation of women in these kind of panels. But I would like to say that all the different actions are really interrelated. For example, when we would like to make capacity building for policymakers in action 3, which is capacity building for gender transformative approach. So in this kind of conferences, policymakers or men or women can really come and highlight what they are doing, and also the private sector. So action 4 is to strengthen the capacity of women in business associations. So capacity building in FinTech, so skills, so tech and financial sector. And we have action 5, which is the EuroMed Award of FinTech services for women, dedicated to the private sector, where we would like to orient and to push the private sector to think about how can they include or design FinTech tailored services. And I'm really happy to see Tahwisha from the public sector, but hopefully also the private sector. Action 6 is a toolkit. She invests in FinTech because there is a lot of problems or misunderstanding or barriers related to the administrative steps and the difference between the procedures in the different countries. We would like to develop this. She invests in FinTech toolkit. And action 7, as we believe really that it's a disruptive industry, disruptive. So we require, or we are looking for a lot of innovation, a multidisciplinary vision with social sciences, tech, financial, economic and management sciences. So we dedicate action 7 to research and innovation with consortium to provide or to propose some curriculum, some tools to support the use of FinTech for women, but also in terms of women in board, so the management and the model of governance. Action 8, as we believe that, and one of the important value that we have concluded from our study is peer-to-peer learning and regional networking. We have a lot of important knowledge that we can share all over the EuroMed region. So the EuroMed platform for FinTech and inclusion can be an excellent platform where the micro, macro, and meso level can share and can share their different progress. And the objective is that at the medium term and at the long term, this kind of platform can give to us additional KPI related to the inclusiveness of the FinTech industry in the EuroMed region. So I will give the floor to my colleague Duja for the priorities and the budget.
Hi, everyone. I'm going very quickly. for the budget. And so actually, you are right, you are women here, but we have men in front of us, and I hope they will put their hand in the pocket to put money to support women in fintech. Exactly, exactly. So we prioritize for very quick. Yes, yes, yes. We had like a webinar with technical and technical partners on 15th of June, and we present these 4 priorities. Actually, you have some of them very interested to discuss further the action plan or these priorities for the action plan. And it's like we are a startup and we need a seed fund, a very small amount to start, and then we will be able to raise more money and to respond to calls and many things we can do after doing these 4 priorities activities. So very quickly, the outcomes of the activities are having the network created, and in order to have all we stress on the fact that we are regional program, so a regional network, and so having associations and women associations involved in the network to work and to advocate, to implement activities and so on regarding fintech inclusion and fintech activities, fintech because as Christophe said, it's not only about using of fintech. We need also to have fintech led by women. I mean, fintech solutions produced and implemented by women. So the second one is to have like 60 women trained in fintech and more than 100 policymakers trained also. We want to have like advocacy in 2 conferences, regional conferences in fintech, and having fintech panels, and finally grant and support 5 fintech projects led by women. This is globally the four activities. You can see that we want to develop, for the first priority is to have like working on document, the official document of the association, having like mission, vision, strategy, and all that the association the network can need to start activities, and having at least 3 years overall activities and 1 year detailed plan. The second one is to have like design curriculum and produce MOOCs, 2 MOOCs, one for women in fintech and the second one for regulators, and implement these training activities in the ground. The third one is to have like a mapping of priorities, topics inclusive fintech, prepare advocacy papers and participate to panels in conferences, and looking for impact and input of this participation, particularly for regulation and advocacy. And the last one is more in the ground, is like capacity building for private sector. We can have like a need assessment, and we launch a call for participation for women in fintech, and look for partners and stakeholders to support this activity, and launch the call to have women-led businesses, led fintech solution, and led businesses to propose solutions, and we can have an event and awards to award and to grant 5 selected projects. So here are the activities, really the 4th activities we are planning to launch and to really put on the ground the network, and to have people involved, to have women association involved, and also stakeholders. So I will, before I open the floor to the discussion, and will ask to your opinion, your different opinion on the impact, on the results of this this program, this action plan, the efficiency of how we can efficiently implement these activities, how to maximize the benefit of this kind of activities, and the fact that we launched a network for women in fintech. Can the regional lens also enhance impact at national level or not? We need you to discuss with us. Christophe say we have to close at 4, so in 30 or 20 minutes, or half an hour, to have your opinion and your feedback on this action plan and how we can implement it together. Who is ready really to be involved? No, you want to say something? Okay, so before we give the floor to all of you, I want to invite Mr. Said Sharna, Senior Advisor at UFM, to react. He was with us in the webinar 15th of June, and he was very interested on that. So we will be happy to hear you, Mr. Said.
Okay. Thank you very much, all of you. I mean, the presentation on the national strategies to promote financial inclusion for women, and also the very detailed and clear action plan you have just presented. So as UFM, we really believe and we are committed to support women economic empowerment. In 2022, we organized a ministerial on strengthening the role of women in society. And there is a monitoring mechanism at the level of UFM countries to keep track of the state of play of women economic empowerment in the region. So this is to say that we are striving for more economic empowerment for women. To come back to this project, as UFM, we'll be happy to make available all the platforms and tools we have to promote this project and reach out to potential donors. As we discussed earlier today, I will myself put you in contact with some donors we work with, like GIZ, like SIDA, like ICID. I know that all of them are really involved in supporting women economic empowerment. This is very high on their agenda, and DGNIR also. But as UFM also, we are ready to co-organize events and give the floor to this network to present the project to participants from all over the region. We can also give you the possibility to join one of our future events and give an overview of this project. So we'll be more than happy to collaborate with you. We support you. It can also be possible to submit this project for UFM labeling according to the technical requirements, I mean, for labeling, but we will be happy to support you and facilitate as much as possible the labeling process. So let's keep this discussion and have other meetings in the future, so to agree together on how we can best help you. But I can tell you from now that you have our political support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Said. Indeed, I confirm that you had this discussion, and we are very happy to see how we can go forward with you to meet donors and to present the program in your conferences and so on. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. So floor is open. We are expecting reaction from you. I see Horia from Morocco. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Horia Nadifi from the National Agency for the Promotion of SMEs. Thank you for your valuable presentations. It was very interesting. I will contribute by two questions, and maybe the answers will bring answers to the discussion. My first question is, did you really notice in all the countries any difference when fintech addresses women and when fintech is gender neutral? Is there really any difference? Because sometimes we find that the fintech is non-gender specific. It's just a matter of procedures and raising awarenesses. You all talked about this. So this is my first question. The second question would be concerning the program Tahwisha in Egypt. Tahwisha is an application. So when we talk about an application, we talk about visibility. How did you convince women to be visible and to bring their money on an application? Because when we talk about visibility, we can talk about control, we can talk about where did you get this money from? So how did you convince them? Because this is the big issue, I think. Then if we can convince people to be visible, we can convince them to go to a fintech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Someone else? You can take questions.
Several questions, or you want to answer now? So you're going to answer and then we take
So you will answer or you will take question? Okay.
First, c'est à propos de la première question. Est-ce qu'il y a une différence par rapport au fintech? Y a-t-il une différence par rapport au fintech spécifique, par rapport à l'utilisation, que ce soit pour les femmes ou pour les hommes? Par rapport aux produits, il n'y a pas de différence. Mais le défi, comment que ce nouveau produit qui est le fintech, ou s'il existe déjà, peut être utilisé à égalité par les hommes et les femmes. Or, toutes les études ont montré qu'au niveau digital, il y a beaucoup de renforcement de capacité des femmes. Il y a beaucoup de renforcement d'outils pour que l'information atteigne les femmes. Donc, quand on va mettre les critères, les KPI à la fin, est-ce qu'on a exploité comme il se doit les mécanismes de fintech ou les produits qui sont là, on va être obligé d'aller en amont. Et pour éviter cela, il vaut mieux y réfléchir en amont avec les banques centrales, avec la législation, avec les partenariats avec les banques, avec les organismes de femmes entrepreneurs qui vont utiliser, avec les SMEs détenus par les femmes. Tout cela demande en amont des études, des recommandations et un programme comme celui-ci avec un axe genre pour qu'on ne soit pas à la fin surpris que les femmes, au niveau statistique, n'en bénéficient pas et ça sera trop tard. C'est pour cela qu'on fait cette différence.
Permettez-moi, Madame Laïla, de rajouter quelque chose. C'est que vous avez posé une question. Est-ce que l'industrie fintech est notre genre? Non, l'industrie fintech n'est pas neutre au genre. Oui, 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 oui. Elle n'est pas neutre au genre. Donc, c'est plutôt, elle est, donc il y a le facteur genre, elle est très, très important. Et du coup, donc, penser à renforcer donc, les femmes, non pas uniquement comme utilisatrices, mais fondatrices, permettra de renforcer l'utilisation de la femme des services fintech. Voilà.
Dr. Nermeen, tfadal.
The answer about Tahwisha.
Well, actually, Tahwisha is a very simple interface that we introduced to women at first with raising awareness about the application, how the type of the kind of saving and the new technology will keep them their savings more safe. They will keep track of who saved what and who lent what which amount. Yani they were lost before because they have to write and they have to they have the key for the box there are incidents of losing the key, mistrust in one of the group members. So now it's a digitalized and a safe a box which is in the banks. But they feel safe too, and they feel trust between each other. So this is the introduction. And normally naturally they turn into from the invisible to be a visible group. And actually I was just explaining that we have a journey with them to economic empowerment projects, green projects. We are aiming to turn their savings into an economic projects to not saving and lending for priorities, but also for income generating projects between the groups.
Thank you very much. This is a dream coming true. I have 5 quick comments. It's only for improvement because it is a win-win situation for women and men, for the social cohesion, and quickly we need a baseline. You may call it inception phase, but it is very important. You cannot achieve or you cannot plan without measure. Measuring is very important. At the end of the day, the outcomes that has been displayed are necessary, but not sufficient. And getting together, having 100 capacity building policymakers, 60 from, this is important, necessary, but not sufficient. So we need a baseline. This is number 1. And number 2, KPIs. What's after getting together? We can all gather together and say hi and then bye, but we need to have targets. For this is KPI from the very beginning. This is number 2. Number 3, the governance structure. 3 and 4 are related together: governance structure and the sustainability after the lifetime of the project. Maybe there could be a suggestion that there could be a rotation among the South Med countries. We need to have a chair and a vice chair for the committee, and the rotation could be among countries. For this is with respect to governance structure and sustainability. Last but not least, number 5, we might resort to a UFM or EU for similar EU models. What about the advanced models that we can learn from and to start from where they ended, not to begin from scratch? Thank you.
Did you base yourself on some practices, international practices in that respect? So can you tell us a little bit about it?
To again share this. Yeah. Where is it? Okay. So when we have, so this action plan comes really after a long process, 2 years of work from the program and a study that we have conducted during the last quarter. So regarding the inception phase, the needs assessment, we have conducted really an exhaustive, if you want, literature review to assess the existing policies, programs in the region, what we have in the Euro-Med region, what are really the benchmark that we have in the region, in the South Med region, and what we have in the Euro-Med region, and we come with this action plan. We have prepared outcomes, impacts, and all of these data are really prepared in our action plan. We would like really to present very quickly today, but yeah, definitely what you are saying is very important, and we have considered it during our process. Networking, ladies in FinTech, European women in payment network in Europe, African women in FinTech and payment. We have the Council of Women in FinTech in Bahrain. So this is in terms of highlighting the relevance or the importance of the participation of women as change makers. Again, our action plan is based on the role of women to support or to push
toward the creation of an inclusive fintech industry at the meso level, micro and micro level.
Share with us the result of your work with peers for us also to study and anything written we can send to you by email.
Other contributions? Yes.
Or Naomi?
Yes. So the piece of the puzzle that was missing, it's what is exactly the problem that you're trying to solve. And the definition of the problem will be very important in order to find out the effective solutions. To say that the financial system should be more inclusive, okay, it's not a problem yet. So where exactly along the pipeline do you see the obstacles? For instance, when we made a research in Israel about financial differences between women and men, we saw that the main difference is that women are less taking less loan because they don't want to take the risk. The height of the risk, it's the main difference between men and women. But we didn't see that women don't understand how to take a loan or how to manage financially less than men understand or not understand. So this is the part that that missed with the presentation and what exactly the problems, and from that what would be the solutions.
Can I answer? Can I answer?
Thank you, Naomi, for this question, which is very important. Of course, we presented a very brief summary of what we've done. So the definition of the problem comes from a Harvard Business School study that was made in 2018 on the fintech industry in the States. Okay, showing that the risk of replication of the gender bias through fintech is very high. That's first point. Second is that all the setup of the fintech industry that is really male industry is increasing the risk of this bias. And actually they were drawing the attention to the fact that the coders who are going to make the scoring grids for the loan applications, okay, have a very important role to play. As an example, I'm a lady, I'm 26 years old, okay, I'm going to get a loan from the bank. And through the social media, they learn that, you know, the behavioral analysis of credit, that I'm going to get married. So I'm a male coder. I will say, okay, she will have children. So I will remove 3 points in the credit scoring. If I'm a woman, I will say, I will increase by 3 points because she will be even more committed after having children. You know, so you have this bias, okay? And because we are a policy and regulatory program, so this is really our focus. So we are saying we can do any kind of program supporting at micro level, at meso level and everything, but policymakers must be aware of this gender sensitiveness and to really take that when they are carving new regulations. We were talking about this regulatory sandbox. There are a lot of business models that are coming up, and every time the regulators must enforce this gender lens. I mean, even if we come out by saying, okay, we looked at that, and at the end of the day, no, it's not sensitive. It's not gender sensitive for a specific project, okay? But it should be part of the process to ask ourselves whether it is gender sensitive or not. Such a business model, you know, in the regulatory sandbox. I think the regulation is in the making. You know, in Europe, we have the PSD2, the Payment Service Directive #2, that has been adopted 1 year ago. That force the banks in Europe to share their data with all their competitors and all the new fintech companies. This creating huge big data. And the idea is to have this big data to boost the fintech industry. But, okay, the gender, the Americans were drawing the attention, okay, on that. In the Scandinavian countries, you have the Ladies in Fintech Network also, and they are addressing that. not by saying, okay, the women need more loans and more financing, everything. No, 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 no. They are saying central bankers, those who are making the laws for the new fintech industry, should take this into consideration, which is insufficiently the case so far. So this is basically the problem. Sorry, I should express the problem in 5 words. That was too long.
Merci.
I can add something, please, in French. Sorry, take your translation. Nous avons constaté avec des études que, par exemple, pour l'octroi de crédit en Tunisie, je parle de la Tunisie, les femmes sont la moitié des hommes. Non pas, peut-être qu'en Israël, c'est différent parce que vous avez dit qu'elles ont peur du risque. Nous, en ce qui nous concerne, parmi les critères qui font que les femmes ne vont pas vers les banques pour prendre des crédits ou nous sommes en train de nous projeter, peut-être qu'elles n'iront pas vers les fintech, c'est l'information. Et l'information, par rapport aux femmes, demande des moyens de communication différents, c'est-à-dire quand vous faites, par exemple, vous êtes une banque et vous faites une communication à propos d'un nouveau produit, si vous prenez en considération votre cible clientèle, l'axe genre, vous allez utiliser des mots différents. Je vous donne un cas pratique. Vous allez avoir un desk, c'est-à-dire les personnes qui sont au comptoir, une approche différente quand la femme arrive à la banque pour pouvoir analyser ses besoins et lui donner un produit qui correspond à son entreprise qui généralement est de petite structure. Vous allez avoir un accompagnement différent parce qu'elle est une petite structure, elle n'a pas le directeur financier administratif qui va suivre, donc vous allez lui faciliter le suivi de son crédit. C'est là que la différence se passe, c'est au niveau de l'utilisation, de l'information et du déploiement. C'est pour ça qu'on est là. Pour revendiquer justement cette attention un peu spéciale.
Très bien, je voudrais vous remercier chaleureusement pour la qualité de vos interventions. Vous étiez complémentaires et vous avez chacune à son niveau exprimé une sensibilité par rapport à cette problématique du genre. Et je pense que nous partageons tous le même avis sur le genre, sur l'intégration de cette préoccupation socio-économique. Nous ne pouvons pas prétendre à ce qu'on appelle un essor économique et un équilibre au niveau et régional et mondial. Je voudrais réagir par rapport au plan d'action et surtout rappeler certains leviers qui sont fondamentaux, notamment au sujet de l'innovation sociale, parce que sincèrement, il faut tenir compte de ce paramètre et surtout l'appui sur le secteur privé parce qu'au fait, il est motivé par une ADN qui est aussi spécifique, à savoir le retour sur investissement et le résultat. Et c'est très important. Et Madame, j'emprunte ce que vous avez dit, il faut aussi s'appuyer sur une communication qui soit dynamique et intégrative pour qu'elle puisse sensibiliser chacun à son niveau au degré d'importance de ce sujet et l'approche systémique, parce qu'en fait, on ne peut pas agir que sur un seul levier. Et ma question, elle touche à l'économie numérique. Je voudrais que chacune puisse répondre selon sa sensibilité, parce que vous avez des territoires qui sont différents. Comment l'économie numérique peut-elle réduire les fractures socio-économiques? Est-ce que vous voyez qu'il y a des résultats tangibles ou pas du tout? Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Il y a quelqu'un qui peut répondre à cette question? Yes.
But I can give my answer regarding financial inclusion en termes d'inclusion financière. So when we talk about like gender diversity or gender in general and digitalization and digital economy, for us it's like a channel to make it possible for women to have access to financial services and have access to economic opportunities. So it's a kind of process. And we have this theory of change that if we enable women, especially those who are excluded or underserved by the financial sector, if we provide them with the appropriate financial services accessible thanks to digital and convenient thanks to digital and affordable because in general evidence show that digital helps to reduce costs
So then, and another point which is very important, and we talked about it, is to prepare them to use wisely these digital tools through digital education. They can take advantage from financial services and then have access to income generating activities and contribute to the economy.
Je vais répondre à votre question par rapport à l'économie numérique. Donc, la mobilité de la femme est réduite et les femmes sont averses au risque. Donc, ces deux considérations sont très, très importantes lorsqu'on parle d'économie numérique et du potentiel d'économie numérique dans l'inclusion économique et sociale des femmes. Maintenant, lorsqu'on regarde donc l'économie numérique d'un point de vue, donc FinTech est comme pilier donc très, très important de développement et d'inclusion sociale lorsqu'on parle d'économie numérique. Posons-nous la question, une femme a besoin d'utiliser, donc de faire une transaction de paiement combien de fois par jour? Une femme. Au minimum, une fois. Donc, lorsque les femmes vont être poussées à utiliser les outils digitaux de paiement, cela va être un renforcement de capacité pour eux pour réduire les fractures technologiques et donc avoir et encore donc renforcer l'accès aux autres services. Et du coup, donc les études disent que l'industrie FinTech, à part l'axe donc d'éducation, l'axe d'industrie innovante donc et d'inclusion financière, vont permettre de achever donc et de pousser donc l'achèvement des objectifs de développement durable, mais également l'impact sur l'utilisation des jeunes, sur l'utilisation des personnes âgées, donc sur la famille en général. Donc il s'agit d'un facteur, donc d'un véritable levier donc économique, donc de croissance et d'inclusion au sens général. Voilà.
I might have a comment. I'm not sure if I'm going to answer both, but first, research and data has shown that there is a lot of gender gap when it comes to the financial sector and in the tech sector, if we merge them together. So there is a lot of reports that have been done in the MENA region and all over. We can, there is a market study, as Dr. Amira said they have done before. And here I want just to mention something about the action plan, and Duja and Amira, correct me if I'm wrong. These are very broad. Let's agree. We cannot put KPIs on those very big titles. Whenever we say panel discussions or dialogue, that means we are on the first step of a long journey, which is initiating the dialogue. So before we set KPIs, because those big titles, under them we should have much more activities, outcomes, objectives, and KPIs after that. We cannot put them from now, because as I see the picture and how we're going to walk together in this journey, you need to understand each country, per country, in the involved country in the network. So when we say there should be a network established, that means you should initiate a dialogue among the network partners to understand each country specific. You might initiate a dialogue where people they accept, for example, changing policies in other countries. They are rejecting that, and it should take a long way, for example. So speaking about the action plans, again, these are very big titles. However, as you said, specific activities and a long, big concept note, and the proposal should be done after. Just to highlight this, right?
Any other comments?
Yes, from my side. So I want just to share some additional information. I had the opportunity actually to review the document, the deliverable, and it was a good surprise for me actually, because it's like it covers different aspects, different areas that complement each other. So to go back maybe to some point that have been raised by the participants, for me, the subjects can be like discussed from different perspectives. I can say by analogy with the relation between financial sector and financial inclusion of women, we can have the same like idea of that if we push fintech industry to respect gender diversity, they can be more like inclusive in terms of women financial inclusion. And I think this is our main goal, right? And the other way to think about it is about, for example, access to entrepreneurship and to give women the same chance to have access to fintech as an investor, as an entrepreneur. So yeah, so if we talk about financial inclusion, so I think that this action plan can contribute if we push for like capacity building and research on how like gender inclusive fintech industry can contribute to financial inclusion. And here we can have like more evidence. I wonder if we have this evidence. You talked about research, so I think if we can like elaborate on this point in the deliverable, that can be useful for us to share with our colleagues and the ecosystem, because it's interesting. And the first question is more about what's the problem that we want to resolve, and why, what's the theory of change. For us, maybe it's obvious, but for our stakeholders, we're gonna need more evidence and strong reference to share with them. So, thank you.
I think that but I think that this is something that we are all sharing. We all agree. I mean, this action plan is something that is not. And the question is that what we don't want to validate actions and activities by activities. This is not the idea. Is that first, do we agree on the fact that a network, a regional network, would add something? I believe that yes, and as Dr. Nermin was saying, it should be beyond the program, because we are here for another 3 months. So after that, forget us. So no, we need to create something that is sustainable, and we have benchmarks, international benchmarks that show that yes, to have the exchange, building up the capacities of women association to integrate the fintech thing, assisting also the central banks to mainstream gender into their thinking, policies, programs, actions, regulations, and so on and so forth. So this is so, and we believe that yes, we need somebody to advocate for that. So this, and as you've seen, the action plan proposed is really something that is regional, and each activity must be regional. It's true that each country has a specific issues, but okay. We should really take advantage of the two levels. The national level, it's dealt usually better by the bilateral cooperation, okay, through EU delegations or national programs, or of course the country itself. So, but adding this regional layer that can favor and foster peer-to-peer learning, exchange of experience. Nothing, we've seen that in the program, nothing, I mean, better than having two central bankers talking to each other in the conference, you know? So this is because first, we don't understand anything about what they are saying because it's very technical. And yeah, yeah, exactly. So what I mean, this peer-to-peer exchange, and it requires some resources, okay? But the benefit you can get from if it's well trickled down at national level, so meaning that it should not be something that is in the air floating, but that is really anchored into women business associations and with the regulators at national level, it adds something, we believe. And so this is, of course, the plan will have to be developed. And at the end of the day, also you were mentioning who will be the driving force for this startup, because we got the, thank you very much, Said, for your interest and potential support for this initiative. Now you have to discuss among yourself who is going to be the driving force behind this this plan. Thank you.
1 minute, yes. It's the same.
So for each action, we have developed the MED process to increase the sustainability and the impact. This is prepared. The action are translated into activities and they are prepared, and we can share this with you. So yeah, and again, all the action plan comes after a study where we have developed and we have defined the problem, and the problem now is translated into some solutions that can create the required transformation. The theory of change, as we have here, women will be the real change makers. So the theory of change will be developed under the Euro Med Women Network. And this is clearly written in our synopsis of the different activities, as we would like that this theory of change needs to be really embraced by women and build as a really a participatory approach. This is yeah.
So, any other contributions, questions?
Maybe my colleague Paolo wants to say something. I'm trapping you. Okay, so I will not make a conclusion of those 2 days because it was so rich and so diverse, and I think that we really reached the objective, which was to have like engagement of people, exchange of experience, contacts, meetings, and we did that. It was very intense. Thank you for all speakers for their beautiful contribution. I mean, this was an enlightening. We are going to share that, of course, with all of you and beyond. We are going to draft a takeaway document that we will share, also giving the links to all the resources that we have identified so that you can use that. So we'll share also the pictures. We have like a lot of pictures. We share that with you. We'll be on the social medias from tonight, I guess, and tomorrow. Thank you for ITC to be with us again, and I hope it's not the last time because your session raised a great interest, and also during breakfast. Thank you to all those backs who made it possible. Thank you. We know that you've been, and this was the setting of this program, is to have the SBA coordinators like active relays towards the national ecosystem. And the proof is that you mobilized the best persons, I mean, the most adequate person to contribute to the quality of the debate. I would like
thank you to Isma as well.
Yes, sure. Sure. Because Giovanni had to leave, unfortunately. But we are doing that in cooperation with INSME. Thank you to INSME. Yes.
Isma,
yes.
Here.
I'm so sorry. It's my bad. And so if there is any no further questions, comments, again, enjoy the end of afternoon, and thank you very much for your engagement, your presence until the last minute. Thank you.
Thank you.